Hey everybody, happy Monday. Welcome to another episode of TechStrong TV. Today is Monday, March 1st. I'm Charlene O'Hanlon and I'm so happy that you've decided to join us today. You know, March, I can't believe how quickly the year is going by so far. We've got spring right around the corner. We've got the 1-year anniversary of TechStrong TV coming up at the end of March. Can't believe we've been doing it for a year, although sometimes it feels like we've been doing it forever. Before we dive into today's episode, a quick reminder that we do have our Cybersecurity 2021 Virtual Summit coming up this week, March 4th and 5th. It's going to be a great lineup of speakers. I hope you can join us for that one. If you're interested in taking a look at the agenda or signing up, you can just go over to MediaOpsEvents.com and all the information is right there waiting for you, as well as the registration page. Hope you can join us for that one. All right, but today's episode has a ton of great interviews and conversations with some really, really smart people. Starting off today's show is Alan Schimmel talking to Dennis Hurst, who is the founder of a company called Saltworks. Saltworks is an application security consulting company, and Dennis and Alan talk about how organizations can get a handle on their application security software development lifecycle. It's going to be an interesting conversation, one I hope you can join us for. After that conversation, Alan speaks with Idit Levine, who is the CEO and founder of Solo.io. Solo.io recently announced the Glue Mesh Enterprise offering technology, and if you aren't familiar with Solo.io, hopefully you are, but they are in the service mesh space. So Idit and Alan have a conversation about all the great things that are happening over at Solo.io, including the Glue Mesh Enterprise release and what's happening in service mesh in general. So a great conversation all the way around. After that, Alan talks to Mike Rothman, who is the analyst and president at Securosis. He is a security gadfly, that Mike Rothman, and he talks with Alan about what the new normal is these days with cybersecurity and what he sees in the space coming down the pike. So another great conversation. After that, we have our regular episode of The Haunted Hacker. This is part 1. This is hosted by Mike Jones, and he speaks with Juan Sacco, who is an ethical hacker, Linux specialist, and I believe he has a company called Exploit Pack. They have a great conversation about ethical hacking and cybersecurity in general. As always, the Haunted Hacker podcast is just chock full of useful cybersecurity information, so definitely give that one a listen. After that, our Something Old segment is from the recent 2021 Predict 2021 Virtual Summit. Alan actually moderates a panel on on cloud native, featuring Tracy Reagan, who is the founder and CEO of Deploy Hub, Tracy Miranda, who is the executive director at the CDF, and Isaac Mosquera, who is CTO at Armory. Digital transformation has meant a move to the cloud for so many organizations, especially in the light of the COVID-19 pandemic and the rush for organizations to increase their efficiencies and improve their agility and flexibility, and being able to meet customers' needs faster and more predictably. So we've seen a huge push as part of that into cloud native infrastructures. So this panel of very, very smart people talk about cloud native, what it means in 2021, and what organizations should be on the lookout for. So it's a great presentation, definitely one worth checking out. After that, I'll be back with the news headlines, as always, and then I have a great conversation with John Kucera, who is the Senior Vice President of Product Management at Salesforce. John and I talk about low-code and automation and what it has done with digital transformation in helping organizations actually achieve some of their goals faster and with maybe a little less agita than they had expected. So John is always a great conversation and always good for some great information. So hope you could join me for that conversation. After that, I have another conversation with another very smart person. This one is Jakub Kubrinsky, who is the CEO of DevSkiller. DevSkiller just recently put out its DevSkiller 2021 IT Skills Report. And so Jakub and I kind of take a look at some of the findings from the report, including some of the skills that are the most sought after by employers these days. Very illuminating, very insightful conversation that we have, and hopefully gives you a couple takeaways that you need to consider as you maybe are hitting the job market, maybe not, but definitely some things that are trending in the way of IT skills. After that, I will do our webinar preview, as I regularly do, and then Mitch Ashley comes on for his regular Analyst Corner segment. In this one, he speaks with Ray Austin, who is a director of product marketing at HashiCorp. They talk about the HashiCorp Cloud Platform and the HashiCorp console and Vault offerings through the HashiCorp Cloud Platform. Both are well-known and liked technologies, especially in the developer community. And now that they're part of HashiCorp Cloud Platform, they're even more accessible. So Ray and Mitch Ashley talk about what the new integrations mean for the developer space. And I got to tell you, it's all good stuff there. After Mitch's Analyst Corner, Mike Vizard comes on with The View with Vizard segment. He speaks with newly appointed Laceworks CEO David Hatfield, who talks about Laceworks' position in the cybersecurity space and why he believes the company is here to stay. So great conversation that they have as well. All right, lots of stuff coming up on today's TechStrong TV broadcast, and we will get things kicked off right after these commercial messages.
The security landscape is evolving rapidly in the face of disruption. Growing cyber threats, a global pandemic, and other factors have irrevocably changed the way organizations view and adopt security technologies. Cybersecurity 2021, the new normal, will bring together thought leaders, security experts, and IT professionals in the new security landscape and what's ahead in the years to come. On topics ranging from ransomware to DevSecOps, from speakers including Chen-Zi Wang of Rain Capital, Richard Steenan of IT Harvest, and Ira Winkler of Secure Mentum. Visit MediaOps.com/cybersecurity 2021 to register.
All right, everybody, kicking off today's TechStrong TV is a conversation between Alan Schimmel and Dennis Hurst, who is the founder of Saltworks, which is an application security consulting company. They help you get a handle on your AppSec SDLC. So Alan and Dennis talk about the company in general and what they can do for organizations. So let's give this one a listen.
This is Digital Anarchist.
Hey everyone, thanks for joining us here on another segment for TechStrong TV. My guest this segment is Dennis Hurst. Dennis is the president of Saltworks. Hey Dennis, welcome to TechStrong TV and thanks for joining us.
Great, thank you for having me on, I appreciate it.
No problem. I love that mic there, Dennis. That's an impressive looking microphone.
Thank you. It's
Yeah.
We do a lot of training with customers, so it's nice to have one that picks up decent.
Absolutely, absolutely. You know, our CTO, Mitch Ashley, does a lot of our TechStrong interviews as well. He has a similar looking one, and it's nice. I try to do the, hands-free thing here, but whatever. Hey, Dennis, you've never been on TechStrong. I don't think we've had anyone.
I don't think so.
From Saltworks, no?
Yeah, I've seen. We've watched your podcast, but I don't think anybody's been on yet.
So you're a case of first impression, as we say.
There we go.
Why don't we start off, though, and assume maybe not everyone knows the company? Why don't you give us a little background or maybe a little of your background?
Certainly. So I've been a software developer since middle school. My mom was a computer teacher many, many years ago, so I've been doing it since then. My degree's in industrial engineering, but I've been an application security engineer since 2000 when I was a developer of WebInspect. And Saltworks, we're a company, we're an application security consulting company. We partner with companies to build world-class AppSec programs, kind of from policy through production, monitoring, everything. Really focusing on how do you integrate security into your development process. That's what we do.
Absolutely. And, back in 2000, I don't even know if you called it AppSec, right? Because I didn't know if there was what we did was AppSec, but I don't know if it was called AppSec. But certainly since, let's say, 2010, AppSec has become, a top of the list of security priorities.
Yeah.
Interesting. It's not interesting. It's kind of elementary, right? We see that happening.
Yeah.
Yep. So, but certainly 2020, Dennis, right, was a year for the record books for many reasons. Yeah. But, it presented some interesting challenges around AppSec as well.
It really did. It's interesting you mentioned it. Going back to 2020, I got into this business because I was working for a bank and we got somebody came in and did a pen test. They breached us through the application. That opened my eyes up as a developer. But you're exactly right. There wasn't a word for it. It was a lot of times we would go around and do a pen test to show somebody why it was important. It was almost you had to exploit them and then explain it to them. But now it's much different. Now the industry really does understand. We're starting to understand it, at least what the nature of it is. Developers understand it when you talk to them a little bit. So big improvements in the last 20 years.
Absolutely. No, you know what? So I've been in security that long myself, right, Dennis? And I used to be of the crowd that no one cared about security but security people. Mm-hmm. And but doing DevOps.com the last 8 years, and working with developers and cloud native folks and ops people, no one raises their hand and says, I want to develop crappy or buggy code or insecure, or I want to put up an insecure app. Everyone wants to do the right thing.
Yeah.
It's just, from here to there, sometimes it doesn't always work as well as we want. And I imagine it's a lot of what you guys are about at Saltworks.
Oh, it really is. A lot of what we do day in and day out is helping people integrate security into their development processes, DevOps processes, or whatever their process is. Certainly DevOps is where we see the most pain. And I think that's honestly why we've grown. It's sort of, there's two struggling points of people want security in their applications, but at the same time, DevOps requires speed. And forever, those two things were kind of incompatible, if you will. So a lot of what we focus on is how do you integrate security into DevOps and not lose speed? And where is the value of that? So that we kind of sit in an interesting niche, if you will. We sort of span two worlds between developers and security and understanding both spaces. But it's a really fun space to be in, but it is, it kind of puts us, not a lot of people in this space right now. But I think it is important. To your point, with DevOps, you have to go fast, and there's business reasons for that, and you have to be secure. Nobody ever wants one or the other. You want both.
Yep. So but truth be told, that was why that first attracted me to DevOps. I felt, look, here's an opportunity for us to do it different, to do it better, to cover up some past sins and get another bite at the apple, so to speak. Oh, in that, absolutely. We can do it right.
Yeah. I think, if you go back 10 years even, the whole problem, one of the big problems we had was, if I notified a company that they had a vulnerability in their software, it might take them 2, 3, 4 months to release a patch. Well, right. So you're sitting there open for months, if not years. If a company is DevOps, they can find it, fix it, test it, and release it much faster. And that's a good thing. I mean, that's fundamentally good. You got to be good at it. You have to be efficient, but that's good for the industry. So I think I personally like DevOps because you can fix faster, which is huge.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And here's the other sort of, it's not an oxymoron, but it's counterintuitive. Mm-hmm. At some level, if we can automate more security, that automation allows us to go faster and we go faster and automate more, not only do we go faster, but we could actually be more secure. So rather than just, security trying to keep up, we could actually wind up more secure than we were before doing that.
Absolutely. If you go to our website, you'll see a big race car with red brakes. And
Right.
we use the analogy of, if you've ever driven a truly fast car, the only way you truly go fast is having those brakes to control things. Brakes don't make a race car go faster. They allow it to go quicker.
And
That's
turn and do all
that's
of
my
that.
view.
Great. That's a great analogy. I love it. That's a good one. So Dennis, so I spend a lot of my time talking to security folks, developers, DevOps folks, as I say. Here's a common thing I hear from them, and I'd love your take on it. Mm-hmm. Everyone knows OWASP, and the OWASP top 10 has become like a, not a Bible, but it's a household name within our industry. But yet, when you look at this OWASP top 10, it really hasn't changed much in like 7-8 years.
Yeah.
In terms of the top, AppSec vulnerabilities to watch for, things like cross-site scripting and buffer overflows and Why can't we get off that schneid and move, finally put those to rest and worry about other problems?
I think it goes back, there's an old saying in computer programming, garbage in, garbage out.
Right.
Which ultimately all of those are malicious garbage in, and you get malicious garbage out. And I looked it up one time. That saying goes back to, I think it was 1964. So it's older than me. This has been this is an old problem. Now there's a security aspect to it. And I think it's, developers want to code fast. They move quick, which they should, but they don't invest the time to do the security testing and do the validation. And we just keep repeating the same mistakes over and over and over again throughout time. For 55, 56 years now, we've been doing this like this. It's a saying for 56 years.
Yeah, I'm not disagreeing, because that's almost about how old I am. Yeah. But I'm a little older than that, but not much. But here's the thing. If we know this, why can't we do better? Why can't we? Look, we've done a good job of building like QA testing.
Oh, yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Automated into our deliveries, right? So load testing, unit testing, all different kinds of testing. Why can't we do better building security testing in?
I think we can. I think that the challenge, and where we meet customers every day, is you have development teams that are very good at developing software and testing, to your point. You've got the security people that are good at security. The challenge is those two traditionally just don't talk. And in taking security and integrating into the development in a way that doesn't break development is the kill. I think that last little phrase is killer, because it's easy for me to tell you to do 20 things in your development process, but I'll totally destroy your DevOps process. I'll make it slow. I'll make it inefficient. I'll make it manual. So it takes a stepping up of both teams, a partnership, to say, we're going to do security testing and we're going to do it integrated and automated to the absolute extent possible. And then what we have to do manually, we'll figure out how to do that out of bound. But that partnership it just takes a lot of work. That's what we spend most of our time doing, is that.
That's what I was going to ask you. Tell us how you guys help with that.
So really what we do is we first start out with helping companies to build policies and procedures. So policies are things like, what do you have to do to go live? It's your traditional thing. Procedures are more around saying, if you have a build environment, if you have a DevOps pipeline, how should that be integrated? So it's kind of those technical, tactical details of how do you actually do this thing? And what are the metrics we're going to look at on the back end to know that we did it and communicate to management? So it's a lot of, kind of, in the weeds things like build integration with build servers, automating test scripts, automating feedback loops so you can do build breaks. It's just lots of traditional DevOps activities from a security perspective, and working with customers to bring that knowledge and training to those folks that do it. So we spend the microphone, a lot of us have these, but it's really a lot of working with people to to help them with those tactical details of how do you do this well. It's a lot of that. And helping people come up with valuable metrics I think people underestimate metrics. You have to be able to tell developers if they're doing the right thing and communicate clearly to management of what you're doing and is it working or not working or where do you need help? All those kinds of things.
Agreed. Can you, and again, I don't want you to give out any, school secrets or anything, but can you give us some examples of kind of organizations you've worked with and the kinds of things that, that you just spoke about here, like real world examples and how it's worked?
And this is true of several, so I'm not giving away certainly any secrets, but we've seen this a lot. We've got multiple clients that are very, very large, are dealing with financial data, other data as well, but financial is very common for us. And teams within those companies are doing a very good job. The challenge is there's inconsistency in what's happening. So one team may be doing great with static testing, but not doing any pen testing or whatever the thing is that they're not doing. So where we work with them is to come up with a standard that can be applied across the enterprise, but is flexible enough that those teams that are DevOps can still use it, or waterfall and they can use it, or whatever they are. And then helping them to gather metrics. We've got a product called Salt Miner, and its primary objective is to gather metrics from all these different environments and present them in a common nomenclature. So that a lot of it's consistency and helping fill in all the gaps. Some teams will be great and some teams will be not great. The goal is to raise the water level across the board. But that's true of a lot of organizations. It's very common. Security frequently it's not that it's bad, it's just very tribal. When one team does one thing and one team does a separate thing, well, getting them all on the same sheet of music is a lot of work. And standardized ways of reporting, because they will use different tools. They're going to use different scanning vendors and just based on their environment, they're going to do the best thing that they can. And respecting that, we have to respect that.
Agreed. Hey, Dennis, we're 15 plus minutes into this already. I wanted to ask other things we may want to touch on here.
Yeah, one of the things as a vendor, we partner with a lot of different folks, different manufacturers of different assessment tools. Our approach generally there is to bring the best tool to the job. We realize that different tools do good or bad in different environments. We try to be very respectful of that. As a customer,
compared to where. So I started a company called Still Secure 2001. We came out with a vulnerability assessment and management tool in like 2003, 2004, in that range. Back then, there wasn't a lot of tools, right?
Oh, yeah.
You had Nessus and Tenable. You had Foundstone, if you remember Foundstone.
Oh, yeah.
You're of an age, you remember it.
ISS Scanner, those guys.
Yeah. But now the tools today are pretty phenomenal for not only the traditional vulnerability scanner, but your pen testing tools, pen testing as a service, AppSec, as a service. You have a lot more, a better toolkit.
You really do.
Tools make the man sometimes, or the woman, whatever the case may be, right?
Yeah, and your point earlier about the focus on automation, those tools help you do that. Without that tooling, I think that's where metrics go into play too, around showing the value of those investments.
Yeah,
security people. I'm a security guy. Best friends are security people. But we tend to not be awesome at communicating to management. Into saying,
well, we talk a different language.
It really is. Yeah, metrics. Having metrics to report what did you do and what's working and what's not working and where do you need help clearly to somebody that isn't a security expert. Maybe they're we've got companies that have 5, 10 vice presidents of development in different divisions. You have to be able to communicate with them. So the focus around metrics is really important.
But here's the thing I've learned, because I've been in this also. You need to talk their language.
Oh, absolutely.
Don't expect them to talk your language.
Yes.
Right? They're never going to get into the bits and bytes of what makes a cross-site scripting error.
Absolutely. Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Yeah. We push our employees to read and know different DevOps books. It gives them that language to speak to somebody that's a developer. I mean, they're smart people. It's just a different language. It's different.
No, it's a different language. It's the old not Earth and men. Men are from Mars, women are from Venus. Remember, it's that same kind of thing.
Absolutely.
Like two ships in the night like that. But interesting. You know what, Dennis? I don't think we mentioned the website, did we?
We didn't. It's pretty easy. It's just saltworks.io.
That makes it for an easy one. Cool.
Yeah.
Hey, we're about out of time. Anything else you want to just pass off to the audience?
No, I appreciate your time. Thank you very much. If anybody's got any questions, feel free to come to saltworks.io, contact us. We'll be happy to answer any questions. And thanks again for your time. I really appreciate the opportunity to talk to you.
It's our pleasure to have you on, Dennis. All right. Dennis Hurst, president at Saltworks Security, but everyone knows him as Saltworks. Here on TechStrong TV, we're going to take a break. We'll be right back with our next guest.
SecurityBoulevard.com is the leading resource for news, analysis, and education on challenges facing the cybersecurity industry. SecurityBoulevard.com covers all aspects of cybersecurity, including data security, DevSecOps, cloud security, application security, network security, security threats, and more. SecurityBoulevard.com has the largest selection of security content, featuring breaking news, blog posts, podcasts, and more. Visit www.securityboulevard.com to learn more. SecurityBoulevard.com, home of Security Bloggers Network.
All right, welcome back, everybody. Next up, we have Alan talking with Idit Levine, who's the founder and CEO of Solo.io. They talk about Glue Mesh Enterprise, Solo.io's latest technology, and what it means for the service mesh space. That's easy for me to say. Great conversation, so let's give it a listen.
This is Digital Anarchist.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for joining us on another TechStrong TV segment. Our segment this time features my friend Idit Levine, founder, CEO at Solo.io. Solo. Idit, welcome back. How are you?
And great. So good to see you again.
Yeah, no, it's a pleasure to have you on. So Idit, every time we have you on, it just seems like so much more is going on in the world and around service mesh and everything happening in cloud native and everything else. But before we jump in to that, at this point, I think our audience knows Solo, but maybe there's some folks, this is the first time they've heard of Solo.io. So why don't you just give them a brief kind of background, Solo.io?
Yeah, sure. So Solo is like 3 years ago company. And basically our focus was always on connectivity. So, movement from monolithic to microservices make everything extremely distributed. And our job is to connect services, to connect, clusters, to connect cloud, basically creating all the connectivity. And we're doing it from the edge to service mesh. So we have an API gateway called Glue, and it's built on top of Envoy. And that's what basically helping us on the edge, right? As an API gateway. And then when you wanted to focus on connectivity inside the east-west connectivity, we have a product called Glue Mesh. And Glue Mesh is basically a management plan to manage a lot of to manage STO. So basically simplifies the day two operation of service mesh, easiness, the adoption of it. And specifically it's coming with a distro of STO as part of it. And it's also can connect app mesh as a service mesh as well to that.
Got it. Good stuff.
Yeah.
Okay. And of course, Solo.io, if they want more information, they could go to Solo.io, which kind of makes it easy. All right, we got that out of the way. Let's now talk about today's news, if you don't mind.
Sure. So we are working very hardly with our customers. We have we are growing dramatically. We have a lot of house name company who, basically has some of the biggest deployment of STO in the world. And we learn a lot. And as part of it, we basically spin up Glue Mesh as a beta a few months ago. We work with a lot of our customers, and basically right now we're really, really proud to announce that we are GA, right? So
congratulations.
Very exciting, yeah. Because in general, service mesh ecosystem has so much marketing and so many, but we're really excited to be. I think our differentiator in STO is that we're actually executing. So that's another example for how well we're working with our customers and kind of like creating a journey and bringing them to a very good place. So that's number one. And number two is, as part of us, working with all those service mesh and companies, in the beginning, like 4 years ago when we started, 3 years ago when I started solo, there was a lot of confusion in the market regarding service mesh. And mainly because there is so much, right? I mean, all the time there were a new announcement about the new service mesh, and it's make our customers extremely confused. They didn't know which one to choose.
Yeah.
So all the stuff that we built, we basically put an abstraction, right? We said, look, don't worry about the service mesh implementation, because we will abstract that so you will not be locked to maybe potentially the losing service mesh. But we continue working with the market a lot. And I can tell you right now, there's no confusion anymore. It's very clear what's going on in the market, and that's STO. So
really. Yeah.
So what we see is that tons of demand for that. People, that's what they're asking. That's what they want. And as I said, we are running over 100 customer in production right now with STO, and over hundreds really. And I'm talking to you about tons of environment from, we have startup also, but, around 100 clusters. It's kind of like the average size. And we even have customer that is over, 40 data centers, right? It's huge.
Wow.
It's a huge number. So there's no confusion there. So we are doubling in kind of like on STO. And because of it to kind of like, we're already very knowledgeable about service mesh, but we wanted even to bring more strong people to help us. And we're announcing today that Lynn Sun, she was in IBM on the last 19 years, but she is the founder and the leading of SEO, basically. She's a maintainer. She's on the TOC, the technical committee, as well as the steering committee. And she's just also an extremely nice person. And so she's joining solo as well. So with her and with Christian Posta, who came from Reddit before, was amazing, with Yuval Kochavi, with me, with a lot of other amazing people in solo, we created a killer team. So it's really exciting.
That's fantastic. I love to hear that stuff. So, here's my take. You're much more involved in service mesh than I am, obviously. I look at it as a journalist, as an outsider looking in, it's another piece of this cloud native market that we cover. And I think people in our audience, we're not going to get much disagreement. Everyone recognized that what the service mesh brought to the Kubernetes clusters, to the Kubernetes stack, had to be. You needed something like service mesh to be able to do this. You had to.
Right.
But, that alone is not enough. CNCF, started sandboxing, incubating, whatever they call it, different service mesh projects.
Right.
The word was that Istio was going to be one, but it was Google, and we know the whole story about what happened with that. There are other, I forgot.
Kuma.
CNCF, excuse me, which one?
So Kuma is from Kong.
Right, Kuma is one. There's several. Yeah. And unfortunately, I was afraid, not that I was afraid, but I've seen this pattern before. And what happens is it sets the whole community back, because until you can coalesce around one and build on it, and that was one of the great things about Kubernetes itself, is it quickly wiped out.
Right. Only a competitor.
It's like how planets form in a solar system, right? You have all these rocks going around until one is big enough that it collects all the other rocks and clears out the orbit.
Right.
But until that happens, it's chaos. And I don't mean chaos engineering, right? It's chaos. Right. So maybe from what you're saying is now we're seeing the end of the chaos stage of service mesh.
Yeah.
As we coalesce around this one, in this case, Istio. And that's fantastic because I think we'll all be better off, except if you're another service mesh, right? Provider.
Service mesh is not going to be happy. Okay.
Right. But look, let's look at Kubernetes. Yeah. You get companies like Rancher, right? Remember Rancher OS, Rancher Labs is Rancher. They quickly incorporated Kubernetes. Mesosphere is now D2 IQ or whatever.
Right.
Came around to Kubernetes. So I think you'll see that happen with Service Mesh too.
I agree. I think that, so the only thing that I will say here is a few things. Number one, Service Mesh, to be honest, is a little bit more complex in my opinion. I mean, from Kubernetes.
It's not easy.
It's not easy. So I will argue that if you're building your system for, like, as you said, one of the warnings of the customer is to choose the wrong one, right? Because whoever chose Mesosphere was in big trouble later. So I believe that there is so much noise about service mesh. If your service mesh that you chose is not an Envoy one based on Envoy proxy, that's not going to fly, because I'm telling you the amount of innovation and how much, how ahead of the market the proxy is in terms of innovation like WASM, WebAssembly, that we are leading, right? You can do stuff with it that you can't do with anything else. So if you see some company that's building their own proxy or basing on any other proxy, I will argue that that's totally something that they will lose. But I will argue that also you're looking at, let's take it Azure, for an example. They came with Console Connect. I do believe that there will be some people who's going to use it. I believe that it's like Nomad. There is still today customers that are using Nomad, right? It's not Kubernetes, but they're still using it. I just don't think that it will be the majority. And in Service Mesh specifically, in my opinion, the only one that can actually pull a big project like STL, because right now there's it's older, right? So there's a lot of maturity. There is a lot of people working on it, including Solo, right? We are all in on this. And as well as, it's not enough today. I know people think that they will put the project in CNCF and that's it. They're going to be a merged community around it and everything will be, it's not working like that, right? I mean, this is only working and you convince big company to join you. Otherwise, it's rarely successful. Mainly to be your people contributing. And if in a project like Kuma, there is something around to contribute, it's not going to fly. They can't compete with the community of STL. No. So who is the only one that I think is irrelevant in the market right now? AppMesh. And that's something that we are supporting because of it. And the reason is because if you are running on AWS as a managed solution, something like AKS, you should use AppMesh. So it's not mature yet enough, but in one point you will use AppMesh. And the reason is because AppMesh has this advantage of basically owning all the infrastructure. So there is stuff that it can do, like for instance, because it's on the hardware, it can bring the Lambda to the mesh, the serverless to the mesh. STO cannot do this, right? So to me, the way I see the market, if I have to predict, here's what I will say. I will say that STO will be the clear leader. There are going to be some Kuma here and there and some, Azure, Console Connect sounds here and there. But I think that the majority will be STO. But there will be also a lot of customers that either they are all in one of the cloud, like AWS or even Azure, right? And they will use what is managed cluster there. They will not want to use their own distro of this there. As well as even if they're using multi-cloud, there is a good chance that, if you're running on-prem STA, you maybe will still want to use the cloud solution because it's free. To be honest, it's free.
Yeah, but that's what AWS does, right? But quite, and I don't have any. I'm Switzerland. I have nothing against any of these, but usually, absolutely. But the AWS in-house solutions that are usually free, are never truly best of breed. Yes, their advantage is that they're native.
Right.
So they have that native kind of relationship. But from a feature set, it's the old 80% of the features at 20% of the price, right? Kind of thing. And so if you're looking for best in class,
it's not good. Right.
Go to one that's not. And then quite frankly, the other.
Right? I mean, they will catch up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They'll catch up some, but Istio or whatever the leader is, will keep evolving too.
Right.
I think the other thing is, don't underestimate how much of the market will be multi-cloud. And as more companies go multi-cloud, they don't want to manage 5 different meshes or 3 different meshes.
And this is where we are coming to the picture.
Right.
Because
you abstract it all, right?
I abstract them all. And the reason is because I do believe that you should use the managed cloud. You will get benefit that I don't know that you can't get. Like if you want, we have a customer, right? Huge, like for a 100 Fortune, one of the 100 Fortune company. I can't say the name, unfortunately. Huge tech, right? Huge, right? And they're using actually OpenShift on-prem, right? They're using our software, but they're also using AWS and they're using Lambda. Now they have problems, right? Because they have ST on-prem and they have Lambda, in the cloud. They will want to bring Lambda somehow to this, to kind of like, united. They can't do that. So it makes sense to them maybe to use something like AppMesh, and then they need to manage 2 separate mesh. And now the question, how they're doing this, and that's exactly where we are coming to the picture. So because if you're looking at what our product doing is simplified the adoption, it's giving a lot of benefit for, you're running a lot of cluster, you're running a lot of STO, instances, how do you manage that? And can you fail over between them and so on? But it's also doing something very simple with basically saying to you, we can abstract we translating to the mesh implementation, and therefore it's fine if they are different. You're still going to use this thing that is extremely easy. So I think this is a huge advantage of project like Entos, for instance, because Entos right now, or OpenShift is a great example. You want to run Kubernetes, right? Today, OpenShift, you can run it on-prem, but if you want to go to the cloud, they will tell you, take OpenShift and install it on the cloud. But why should you? You can run the managed cloud there solution, right? GKE or AKS. Why do you want to do that? So I think that that's something that is going to go really good for AWS. I do believe that the managed cloud, they will have the market, right? I mean, they will offer, they can give it for free, right? As part of AKS, they will give it for free. And then why should you pay STO? Why should you manage STO? Why you should install? You know what I mean?
This is always the thing. This is always the one throat to choke versus the best in class. And it's a story that swings, pendulum, back and forth. Right. Let's get back to Solo, though. So because we're running low on time, I want to make sure we hit it for the audience here. We're in GA.
Yes.
You've been building a great team now. You got to, this is no longer just like some little open source project that when you first started it. I mean, this is a real company now with big Fortune 100 customers and everything else. Congratulations. What else do we have coming on down the road here?
Oh, we have a lot.
That you could talk about.
Yeah. No, so we have a lot of stuff. So first of all, STOCon is coming next week. And we are going to be very active there. So we have a lot of keynotes and we have a lot of talks. So, I recommend.
So that's going to be this week, because when people see we recorded this Thursday, it'll play next week.
Right.
So STOCon's this week. Go check it out.
Yeah, go check it out. It's free. So we'll be very active there. In end of March, we have SoloCon, which is coming up, and there's going to be a lot of announcements.
Very cool.
It's very exciting. And besides that, we have a suite of products. Glue is a suite of products. So we have an API gateway. A lot of customer and Fortune 100 companies is running it today. We have Glue Mesh with a lot of this, with a lot of customers as well for Service Mesh. We also have the extension, which is WebAssembly, right? It's really, really important to kind of like extending the mesh and the API gateway functionality. And the last one, we have a developer portal for STO, as well as for the API gateway. So I think, to help customers to basically expose the API they're running on top of STO. So to me, that's what we're doing, to be honest, right now, working with our customer, making more and more feature requests, make it more and more robust project. And and there will be way more announcement in the month, though.
Cool. We're out of time. I got to run. Thank you so much for coming and visiting with us again. It's always great to have you on.
Thank you.
Congratulations. Thank you. Congratulations on the GA. Congratulations on everything you got going on there. I love hearing about it. Come back and visit us. You know what? You got to send us information on SoloCon, though. We got to get the word out on that.
Yeah. That would be huge. Thank you so much.
You'll get it. All right. Ibit Levine, founder, CEO, Solo.io here on TechStrong TV. We're going to take a commercial break. We'll be right back with another guest.
ContainerJournal.com is the leading online destination for centralized computing-related content. ContainerJournal.com covers all aspects of software containers, from container management, data management for containers, container security, networking for containers, to the entire container ecosystem, Kubernetes, microservices, serverless, and more. ContainerJournal.com has the largest selection of container-related news, featuring breaking news, blog posts, podcasts, and more. Visit www.containerjournal.com to learn more. ContainerJournal.com is operated by MediaOps Inc., the team behind DevOps.com, Digital Anarchist, SecurityBoulevard.com, DevOps Connect, and DevOpsDozen.com.
All right, next up, we've got Mike Rothman, who is the security gadfly. He talks with Alan Schimmel about the new normal in security and what he sees in the security space overall. And he is the analyst and president of Securosis, so he certainly knows what he's talking about. So let's give this one a listen.
This is Digital Anarchist.
Hey everyone, it's Alan Schimmel. You're watching TechStrong TV. Thanks for joining us on another segment here. My guest this segment needs no introduction to our audience. It's my friend Mikey Rothman. Mike, of course, is the president of Securosis. I always forget.
President of all I survey.
Of everything he surveys. And look, I used to say surveys out of his basement, but it looks like he's been upgraded.
I have.
They let him out.
Upgraded.
They've upgraded him.
I went into the closet, got some artwork.
Yeah, it's all fancy.
Around. It's good.
Yeah, good for you, Mike. I see baby pictures there. Of course, the children are in college now. Those pictures are a little dated, but it's okay.
Right. Yeah, you know what? I'm hearkening back to the days of yore when life was easier and I could leave my basement.
A simpler time.
A simpler time. I could leave my basement.
Yep. Where masked men only wore rob banks. But anyway, hey, but in addition to Securosis, Mike is also a co-founder of DisruptOps, cloud security, DevOps, DevSecOps solution. Mikey, welcome, man. I hope you're okay, and thanks for joining us.
I'm good. Always a pleasure. Always a pleasure to be here on TechStrong TV with my very old friend, Alan.
Very old and getting older every day. Thanks. I appreciate that.
You and me both. You and me both.
You bet. So here's the good news, Mike. We're sitting here. It's the end of February. And, well, we're alive, which is good. But on top of that, I think, honestly, we could be a little optimistic. We could see a little light at the end of the tunnel. Not that 1,500 people dying a day is anything to sneeze at. But you know, we could see a return to whatever this new normal is. And had some interesting conversations today on this. So what do you, first of all, do you agree with that assessment? Are we coming to the, hopefully, end of the tunnel? And what does it mean? What does it mean for us in cyber? What does it mean for us in general?
Yeah, I do. And for being a 30-year security person, who may sway slightly towards the cynical view of the world, I am actually, very optimistic. I think that, kind of the early numbers, certainly out of Israel relative to the performance of the vaccine, really, kind of good numbers, really good indicators that we are going to be able to return to some sense of normalcy. I believe it'll be, kind of early summer when folks start to feel a little bit more comfortable starting to do stuff. It's already happening, kind of folks that, don't believe in science or anything like that are already there. I think the rest of us that do believe in science, get there over, again, the next 3-4 months. But really what's interesting to me is just the lasting effects and impact of a lot of what we've had to do to survive, right, over the last year. And what is going to, what are these new operational motions going to look like? How often do you have to go back into the office? Are we going to be remote by design? What kind of acceleration will we see towards SaaS, certainly towards public cloud, a lot of the programmable infrastructure that we've started to see, and how we're going to protect that. We've made just tremendous progress, right? Probably 7 to 10 years of progress in a year because we had to, right? Now, listen, I want to get together with my buddies, right? I want to get together at a conference and see everybody and do some more of that, human interaction.
What we do.
That we've forgotten, right? That we've forgotten about. But the reality is, I've proven, Rich and I have proven over the last year that we can teach cloud security remotely, right? Just from right here. We're right here. I can teach you how to do cloud security, right? So we don't, and I don't believe that we're going to get back to the, Mike on a plane, 3 out of 4 weeks out of the year. If I go, it'll be because I want to go, right? When we start to build our teams, we start to worry less about geographic presence, or right, where are you is much less of a concern. I mean, I talk to a lot of people that are hiring folks, and they're finding people in interesting places that don't necessarily, have to be Silicon Valley, right, or don't necessarily have to be Boston or DC, right, one of the cyber meccas for us. So I think a lot of these trends are very long lasting, are really going to change the way we do things, and it continues to put a premium on kind of being much more intentional. I'm talking much more about intentional security now, right? How do I want it to look? What do I want these processes to be? And then how do I make that happen in a collaborative, managed, orchestrated, automated fashion? Because again, we're not going to have people sitting in a room doing stuff together anymore. We have to be much more structured about how we want these motions to work. And that helps with both operational excellence, discipline, but also consistency, right? As we look to scale up what we're doing as a security practice, it has to be planned, it has to be consistent. And a lot of these motions that we've had to do out of necessity over the last year, I do believe are here to stay.
So I've got to be contrarian because no one wants to watch us violently agree. So, a lot of what you said's dead on. I don't necessarily disagree. But here's what I do disagree with. I don't think the working remotely, teaching remotely, everything remotely is a 100% replacement for in-person. I still think from a collaboration point of view, from an educational point of view, there are things you could do in person when you're right across the table from someone that you can't get on these Zooms and meetings and WebExes and what have you, number one. Number two, I do think, and this is going to be the story of 2021, we took a lot of shortcuts and we overlooked a lot of potential issues because we didn't have a choice. We had to move remote in 10 days. Some of the things we may have overlooked or shortcutted are obvious, and we'll fix them. Other things are sort of institutional, and we're going to need to, I don't know if it's rip and replace or lift and shift, which is never usually a good thing anyway, or just rewrite the book. But there's going to be, I don't even know if we know all the things yet. It may be until we get bit in the ass with it, we don't that was something we overlooked in this hastily done move. But it's going to be there.
Yeah. So I'm going to attribute this to Rob Graham. I don't know. He's smart enough where I'm sure he came up with it, but somebody else may have. But he said, or maybe it was Rainham. It was one of these big brain kind of dudes.
People smarter than you and me.
Much smarter. They said the internet is as secure as it needs to be. I think it was Rainham. Right. And to me, that what you just said is a major indication of that. Right. We did a number of things. We took shortcuts, but that never stopped us from doing stuff. Right. So why would this be any different than what we've seen over the past, again, 20, 30 years. Right. You do stuff, you compensate, you adapt, you make it more secure as you can, and you clean up the mess. Right. And you clean up the mess after.
But so is that so that, you know what? For every security person out there, poor Mike just kind of laid out your life. Is that what we're relegated to, just cleaning up the mess?
Well, yes and no. So there's always going to be a mess because there's always going to be attackers doing innovative things that we couldn't even think about. Right. If you would have told me about a major supply chain attack 6-7 years ago, I'd be like, I'd like some of whatever it is that you're smoking. Right. I mean, it was on a drawing board somewhere. Now you look and go, if you have enough resources, you can crack into something that's just a major part of the internet infrastructure, whether it's a vendor or open source capability, and you're in to a lot of places because they're not updating and they're not patching and they're not practicing the infrastructure and application hygiene that they really need to. Right. So a lot of these. But no,
I disagree. I think in DevOps, Mike, in DevSecOps, we saw the potential of a major supply chain attack. Because at some level, wasn't Struts 2? Is it Equifax with Struts 2?
It was Equifax.
Yeah, that's sort of a supply chain.
That's why I said 6 to 7 years ago and not 5 years ago.
Okay. So you're a stickler now all of a sudden. Okay,
well,
let
I
it
want
go.
it to be empirically correct.
Yeah,
so
absolutely.
The point is, I do think that if we architect things in a much more intentional fashion, if we've got the right operational motions, we can build in a lot of the security and resilience that we need as we move towards these new architectures.
Let me give you another example. Give you another example. This crazy attack up near Tampa on the water supply in Florida here between you and I, right? As we don't have people on site at these places, so we need to, remote control of. This isn't a nuclear power plant; it's just a water, supply thing. But we've known. Look, in the security industry, we've worried about these kinds of attacks for 20 years. Since 9/11, we thought it was a matter of time, right?
Well, it is a matter
remote. Yeah, but the move to remotes hasten this. Maybe left some chinks in the armor.
And there are some things where you can't do them remote. I think that is an edge case as opposed to, kind of the general use case, which will be far more remote or remote if you choose. So back to your first point about, the experience of training on Zoom, there's more stuff you can do in person is exactly right. And that means that, yes, I will be getting on a plane maybe once a month to go do stuff, but not 3 times a month. And also when you start dealing with larger companies that have much more disparate workforces, they're not going to spend the money to get people in one place to do an in-person thing. This gives the ability for a much broader swath of their employee base to benefit from some of the resources that are available. So again, it's not an either or. It's not a mutually exclusive thing. It's not there's only one path for these things. But what I think we proved is that we can make a lot of these things work if we need to, and then we can start to figure out optimally, right, what is the amount of in-person versus remote for any specific job. And I think that now, whereas culturally, a lot of organizations kind of said, we need to have everybody here, right now, they're much more open to, well, maybe we don't. Right? What can that do from an efficiency standpoint? What can that do if I have people that are not spending 3 hours a day commuting to a place to sit in expensive real estate when I can have them sit on their ass at home and work for another 2 hours a day right? And everybody wins. They're working they're at home 1 more hour. We're getting 2 more hours of productivity. I don't know. I'm not too smart, but that sounds like a win-win to me.
Absolutely. In my mind, Mike, there's two kinds of organizations. There's one organization that says, I need people in the office because I want to make sure they're working. And at this point, if you're paying, security pros or developers 150 or more a year, and you're not sure that they're going to be capable of self-initiating and working a day, well, you hired the wrong people, and you're a terrible employer.
You're a terrible manager. That was the first thing that I thought of. It's like, you need to find a new job if you need to do a parking lot check.
Yep. The second thing is the benefit of collaboration. Where I think we go is a middle ground with a hybrid approach. So, for instance, let's say I want to do a training, and I have a lot of employees who live in Atlanta, but I'm spread out. Maybe what I do is I have my 20 or 25 or 50 employees from Atlanta in person. They're sort of on stage in person. And then we have a peanut gallery of hundreds from around the world who join in the training via remote. They may not have the same experience as that in-person team does, but they certainly will get something out of it if it's planned correctly that way.
It would have to be, and the experience, right? Especially if you've got a hands-on type thing, needs to be optimized for that. Just because I know my kids can't stand it. They're in school, right, and outside of Atlanta.
Well, but that's the proof in the pudding.
But there are kids that are remote, and the kids that are remote, it's unbalanced. And from a teacher standpoint, an instructor standpoint, that's brutal because do you focus on the kind of people that are there? Do you focus on the people that aren't there? It's just
there was an article in the Sunday Times, New York Times this Sunday, about one of the things this is shown in terms of a new normal, Mike, is we need better Zooms. And maybe it's not Zoom, maybe it's whatever the next gen is. But we need a better way of representing people in a virtual environment than just the Brady Bunch or Hollywood Squares look, right? And
I think that's you remember. I mean, we couldn't get some of these tools. We couldn't even get them to work. Right. So the fact that we can actually somewhat reliably get on, a video conference and have a reasonable human interaction is major progress. Right. Let's not lose sight of that. Is it perfect? No. Do we need to improve it? Absolutely. And do we need to have better interaction mechanisms over time? 100%. Right. 100%.
We will. I agree. I'll give you, though, a real success story, and that's the e-commerce aspect of it. I mean, I haven't been in a supermarket in a year. And, you can look at me. I don't go hungry.
Yeah. Well, that's interesting because I'm way too anal to have some person pick my produce for me.
So you go to the market.
I go in with my, KN94 in there and I get in and out, but I got to pick.
No, I make them sit on my message thing and they take pictures of my fruit before they pick it. But I live in Boca. This is what we do here. But seriously, have we worried about the security of that? I'm unaware of any, all the Instacarts and the Amazons and all this. We don't think about the security of that.
No, it's run of the mill credit card fraud, right? And I'm using Apple Pay and a lot of these other places and other ways to continue to mask my private information. Again, if somebody pops Apple, I'm in big trouble. Right, I'm in big trouble with a lot.
You're not the only one, though.
No, I'm not. Right, I'm not. But in terms of, and I think we're also getting to understand the gradations of actual private information. If you want to know the fact that I like Granny Smith apples and not Pink Lady apples, ask me. Right. I'm not so concerned about that, in terms of what my, kind of consumption, levels are of different, types of food. So, I mean, I think that, yes, privacy continues to be an issue. Yes. If you're kind of a teenager or early, in your early 20s and your social media habits are just, abysmal, I do think that there will be stuff and consequences to pay for that nonsense over time. But other than that, I mean, I want to protect my financial transactions and I want to, be able to communicate in a way that I don't run the risk of being canceled if I'm working out some stuff. Right. If I'm talking about and doing thought balloons about stuff that could be perceived as controversial, yes, I want that stuff to be private, because that's not things that I'm doing in public, kind of in a public, type of forum. But short of that, I think that if anything, a lot of this has just made life a lot easier on a lot of people.
I think the fact that we don't even worry about the security aspect of it is a huge win, because security is best when it's so good that people don't worry about it.
Yeah, that's right.
When you got to the point like that,
the data is not valuable enough for people to be concerned about it.
You know what? There was this big breach. I forgot what the hell they called it, but they released this thing with, what was it, 34 billion names, or maybe it was 3.4 billion names, email addresses and info, and you can look up your, sort of like what's his name, Troy Hunt does.
Yeah,
I was surprised that many of the email addresses I used wasn't on that list. I was a little hurt by it. Maybe I'm not as valuable as I thought I was. But anyway,
you look like a target to me, if that makes you feel.
I thought I was an easy, but whatever. I toil in that anonymity here, but anyway, Mike,
so to wrap
what's
up,
do?
I mean, I think that I think that we'll look back on 2020 as just a horrible, horrible year that started the acceleration towards a new way of working, a new way of building things, a new way of protecting ourselves. And we will, I think, find just tremendous benefit out of a horrible, horrible situation.
That's Michael for you, looking for that silver lining in every black cloud. That's why they call you the happy security guy.
Old guy perspective.
The happy old guy in security. Mike, we're out of time, man. I got to let you go. Come back and visit us soon.
I will, my friend, as always.
All right. Say hello to Rich Mogul. Say hello to the whole Disrupt Ops team. Securosis.com. There's always new research and stuff going on there. Keep doing what you do. We'll be in touch. Mike Rothman here on TechStrong TV. We're going to take a break. We'll be right back with someone else.
All right, welcome back, everybody. Next up, we have got the Haunted Hacker podcast hosted by Mike Jones. His guest this week is Juan Sacco from Exploit Pack. He's also an ethical hacker and a Linux specialist. They have a great conversation about ethical hacking and cybersecurity in general. As always, very insightful stuff. Let's give a listen to part one of the Haunted Hacker podcast.
Today. So if you stay to the end of the podcast, you have a chance of getting some really cool podcast gear as far as like merchandise and stuff like that. I have diverted all of the chat to the host so that I can kind of keep an eye on what's going on and answer questions and keep that organized. It's not that I don't trust you guys, but I do have a reason to control that tempo. Also, be respectful. try to keep your questions down to a paragraph to where I can read through it really quick and pose that to our guest and whatnot. And then afterwards, I know I usually do a hack. This week has not been my best week for that. I've been really busy. I've had, this stuff in Texas going on. So I asked Juan to do a demo or a walkthrough of Exploit Pack, and he's going to do that, which I think would be really beneficial to anybody getting into the industry. And we'll figure out a way to pick the people for the merchandise giveaway. I may ask some trivia questions, or I don't know. I'm going to get creative. Just depends on my mood. Depends on how many bourbons I take down. So I am going to ask Juan. Actually, I'm going to make him a co-host. And then I'm going to ask Juan to unmute and kick up his video so we can have our discussion and go from there. And I want to thank Juan for taking time out of his schedule to become part of the haunted crew and walking into our little haunted house amusement park.
Hey, Mike. Hey, Ryan.
Hey, Juan. How are you? Hey, buddy. Do you have a video by any chance?
No, not on this computer.
Okay, cool. We'll just do it with audio. Dude, it's great to have you on. I really appreciate you taking your time out of your schedule. I know you have a busy schedule and development life cycle that you look after, but I really appreciate it.
Thanks for having me.
Absolutely. So what I want to do, I want to give you a moment to introduce yourself, talk about maybe where you started and what brought you to Exploit Pack. I'm sure we'll have questions along the way. I'm going to be watching the chat for questions from the audience, and we'll go from there. This is really laid back and casual, so anything goes, Juan. So go ahead.
All right. Well, I'm Juan Saco, originally from Argentina, living in the Netherlands for the last 7 years. I'm now 36 years old, and I started when I was around 10 with computers. Just playing around 286 and 386 machines, trying to install Linux, then getting into these Linux clubs and just playing around. From the beginning, also always wanted to do more with the software. I always liked programming, but I also always liked to bend the rules of programming. And I'm also really a curious person, so I like to look behind what's happening. And from there, I also, you mentioned Asterisk. I also did some installation of Asterisk in the beginning. So I'm also involved into the free software movement. I'm a really fan of that. I basically work as a red teamer pen tester for a long time now. Exploit developer, reverse engineering. So working on that, that's my background. That's what I've been doing. You can Google me, and you will find what I do. That's the best. Than me just talking about it.
Yeah.
I think we are all pretty much the same in the area. Everyone has computer. Everyone started from the beginning with the old stuff, and then we are just getting to the modern stuff, seeing how we can adapt.
So tell me about cybersecurity and growing up in Argentina. Tell me about the environment there, as far as how advanced is cybersecurity? What are the concerns that Argentina has as far as compromises and breaches? It's always interesting to see the type of concerns and the type of threats that countries focus on from other parts of the world. I know from the US, it's mostly financial and infrastructure. Is it the same for Argentina, or tell me about your environment there?
It's pretty much the same as anywhere else. I mean, some governments or companies or corporations that they have more focus on certain areas, but pretty much it's the same attacks pretty much the same type of techniques used everywhere, because we are in a globalized world. There is nothing that is restricted or to certain places or areas. Mm-hmm. I think you will see a bank Trojan that will attack an Argentinian bank, but also they might use a similar one to attack a Ukrainian or one from the US, and they will use the same type of techniques. It depends on the company location. I mean, yeah, I don't think there is. But if you're talking regarding on how is the exposure of it, of course, in Argentina, as having less exposure than US or other countries that have more corporations that are internet faced, or more people are focused on those or have the eyes on, then of course they will receive more attacks than small companies, a small corporation, or small.
That makes sense. So Argentina as a whole, a lot of our viewers, I know some of them probably haven't been outside of the country. Probably very few have been to Argentina or South America or Central America. So tell me what it's like in Argentina, the tech scene, the hacker scene, groups that you can get involved with, stuff like that as far as security professionals go.
I cannot tell you how it is right now, because I'm out of the country for the last 7 years. But when I was there, I think there is really smart people there. There's really curious people, and a lot of good reverse engineers and expert writers are from Argentina.
Awesome. So I noticed within Exploit Pack, you had mentioned 0 days within the Exploit Pack. How do you guys get a hold of those 0 days, or do you code them yourself and put them into the actual tool, or are you guys putting together a 0 day initiative to offer, I guess, payment or reward for 0 days?
That's a good question. Well, first off, Exploit Pack is not a 0 day tool. It's a red team pentester tool for threat simulation, and that is a framework basically.
Right.
But regarding the 0 day side of it, so basically when we stumble into a vulnerability that can become weaponized, or we want to help pen testers that are on the defensive side, and they want to test their servers against that type of vulnerability, they can use Exploit Pack if they have it. And that's how it is. Basically, it's the same process as we did any other type of vulnerability. There are some vulnerabilities that are more important than others, and not all can become weaponized, but some they can.
Absolutely. So what took you to, you're in the Netherlands, right? You said you moved to the Netherlands about 6 years ago?
Yes.
So what took you to the Netherlands? I actually lived in Volendam and spent some time in Amsterdam in my 20s. And I got to say, it's probably one of the most beautiful countries I've ever been to. And it was really hard to leave. But what took you to Holland, Netherlands, and abroad? What took you there?
Well, sort of the same, but it was so hard for me to leave the state. So, but basically, I have a son. Now he's 14. Mm-hmm. So I think it's a good country to raise him.
Absolutely.
But of course, Netherlands is an impressive country. They have parks everywhere, greens, canals, access to lakes. We like that.
Yeah. So when I first moved to Holland, I actually was going on a backpacking journey from Holland to Italy, but for some reason I never made it past Amsterdam. I'm not really sure why that is. But yeah, it's a beautiful place. You have the Van Gogh Museum there. And what I was really shocked at was the amount of technical advancement in that country beyond the US. Back in 2001, they had internet cafes pretty much on every corner. They had internet phone booths. In the US, that was unheard of. but they were on top of it. Like that whole country is wired for sound and ready to go. And I think that's why we see some of the world's best hackers coming out of Holland, is because of that open environment, freedom of thinking, and just that advancement. Like they really put money into the critical infrastructure, into the advancement of technology. Something I wish all countries would do, but some are slower than others. So tell me how the exploit pack started and the journey that it took to get to where it's at now.
Well, I was a user of Metasploit. I still are. So when they become commercialized, I decided to start my alternative, and that's what I did a few years ago, and then that take us here.
So how does that compare to, let's say, Armitage, right? Open source Armitage. I'm not a huge fan of Armitage. Metasploit, I've always been a fan of. I know you've probably done work with HD. HD's a great guy. Nothing but good things to say about HD and Metasploit. So how does it compare to, let's say, how does Exploit Pack compare to Nexpose, aka Metasploit, Armitage, Saint Exploit, those types of applications and appliances? Just give us a rundown on that.
Well, if you try Exploit Pack, you will find that everything that's there is there for a reason. Every feature, every part of the code, a piece of it has been added because it was needed during a pen test. So basically, or during a red team exercise. So that's how it took shape, the whole tool itself. So basically, it's based on needs, based on automation, based on what was needed to be done, how to take it from point A to B, and without taking on the scenic route. So that's the quick and dirty solution of Exploit Pack, and that's how it's going to help you to achieve results during a pen test. Because I've been in the situation that I have to deliver. Another of my colleagues were on the same spot, where you have a time frame. You need to understand your client. You need to understand what you're doing. You need to be stealthy. You need to be fully food. You need to get there somehow, and you need tools that will help you get there, get that, in that position. But most of the tools nowadays on the market, they don't focus there. They lose the focus. They are not really used by pen tester, except for a few that I think everyone knows.
Yeah, and that's one thing I run into with Metasploit, right? So the most difficult thing for me with Metasploit is when I have a specific vulnerability I'm looking for, and doing a search. The search is not very intuitive when it comes to finding that one exploit that I really need. I end up coding it myself, and it becomes monotonous. So let's say, a company decides that they have a red team, right, Juan? And they form this red team. They want Exploit Pack. They sign up. They get their licenses for, let's say, 4 seats of Exploit Pack for their team leaders, and they run into a problem where there's an exploit for a certain vulnerability, but within the environment, there may be a variable that's hanging that exploit up and it's not successful. Can they reach out to you and get help to manipulate that code to where it works in that environment?
Yeah, yes, of course, because in the core, we are exploit providers, and what we provide as well is support for that. No matter if it's an exploit that you are porting from somewhere that you want to run into this different platform that is not the target for, or you are working on your own fuzzing, and then you find a vulnerability and you are trying to weaponize that, and then you need help on that, we can also always help you with that. Of course, we always ask to read before ask. Right. But of course, that's one of the things that we are most focused on Exploit Pack, is to help the tester get there.
Yeah, I think that's one of the most important pieces of a company providing a tool for red teaming, is that every environment is different. and the exploit that should work in that environment, there may be a variable that is either seen or unseen that may keep that exploit from working. But being a seasoned red teamer or pen tester, you know that exploit is going to work. It's just a matter of manipulation. And when you're on site, it can be daunting and really difficult. I remember I was on a pen test in Cyprus in the Mediterranean, and we had created a bunch of Cisco exploits with Superior Viper Labs. And the UC Sniff version I was using was not working on the internal infrastructure simply because of a delay between CDP messages. Mm-hmm. So I had to contact the US, and, Cyprus and the US is very far apart, and I was waking people up. But I really needed that exploit tweaked a little bit from our guys internally. And that became a job within itself. So that's really cool that you guys offer that type of assistance after, sending them away to read, technical specs, whatever, and try to get it on their own. It's really cool that you guys offer the fact that, hey, we can help you on that at some point. If you do due diligence and carry out your part of it, we'll take a look at our code and see what we can do. That's really cool, because that's almost like a customized platform for red teamers.
Is this something that's not offered by other companies? Or?
No. They'll provide support. A lot of them charge for support, like large amounts for support. And as far as exploit code, once it's built into the tool, that's it, bro. That's it.
Yeah, that's it. That's true. We are, because this we can still do it because we are a small company. I mean, right. We are still at the core. We are a pen tester. We are not poisoned yet by marketing or by. So we are still there. So, but we would like to keep like that in the core. We would like to keep this type of view and. Yeah, and hopefully we will, but because I think it's really important to keep in touch with what is really happening and how you can help them, the other guy. Also because of that, we are trying to give trainings every year. Mm-hmm. We give around 8 trainings or more or less regarding reverse engineering, regarding exploit development. So that's something you can take with us besides. And that's also including the license. I mean, because when we started this project, to help people get more familiar not only with the tool but with IT security. Mm-hmm. And that's the technical side of it. That's it. Sharing the knowledge.
That's super important. So that's what we're about in the Haunted Crew, is taking people like yourself who have vast amounts of knowledge and taking it to our community. We have people from 10 years old to 60 that are thirsty for knowledge and want to learn. So that's how we've built our community. And that's cool that you've built the exploit pack around that type of mentality, because in the end, we're all red teamers, right? And we all work together, and the community thrives when we disclose new vulnerabilities, when we develop new exploits. It just makes us stronger, which is really cool to see that in a small company. So projecting the next, 5 or 10 years, where do you see Exploit Pack going? Do you see it being a very commercialized product? Do you see it grassroots? Combination of the two? Because I know a lot of those applications are going CE or commercial, a version of both, right? So with Metasploit, you get the community edition, but it gets the updates on the exploits like later than the actual paid version. Which, I mean, it makes sense because the paid versions usually go to the companies who have the money to spend, that are doing cool projects or whatever and have paying clients. The community edition is more for people learning, developing stuff inside their own internal networks and practicing their exploit techniques and timing and, all that stuff. So where do you see Exploit Pack fitting into the industry, let's say 5 years from now? What's your roadmap look like?
Well, that's a tough question to answer because I cannot tell where the industry is going to go in 5 years. I mean, now 5 years, if you ask me this same question 5 years ago, we don't even have red teams. We don't even have threat simulation like that we have it today. There is no EDR solutions 5 years ago. So that I cannot tell. But what I can tell you is that in 5 years we will try to be on the edge. We will try to keep ourselves there, become more mature, more in touch with our customers. We would like to keep it like that. That's of course, enlarge the team and try to not get poisoned by marketing and investors.
Good luck with that.
Yes.
So do you guys get involved with communities like the Haunted community, doing speaking engagements, doing training seminars, just get involved with the grassroots community of people trying to start cybersecurity and get involved?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, as long as there is people trying to learn, there will be people trying to teach. And we want to be on that side. Because we were on the other side. Not so long ago, right? I still remember when I was 15, I was looking for books, where to buy, what to do, what to learn, and it's hard. And you need to look up. Now it's easier for us because as some people might be listening this podcast on the internet, that they can just follow a link. But when I was 12 or 15, I had to go to the library and find some books and trying to see, should I learn this language programming or should I learn this other one? But I only have money for this book. What should I do? What should I do? And there is no Google. There is no one to ask.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I think when we got started, actually when I got started, there was Commodore 64s and BBSs, and there was not a whole lot of exploit development. It was more, let's see what tones match what tones and
exactly.
Yeah. So it's come a long way in the past, 20, 30 years. But it's really cool to know that you guys are involved in the grassroots as well, trying to pass on that knowledge, because a lot of the big corporations, I was kind of disappointed with Saint Corporation. Billy Austin was a great asset to Saint Corporation. And before Saint, so looking at the evolution life cycle of a tool, right? So Saint was not always Saint. Saint was actually Satan at one point when it was open source. Mm-hmm. And it looked for vulnerabilities and was a vulnerability scanner, one of the first. So it got commercialized, became Saint Exploit, and then all of a sudden, the lower level people in grassroots no longer were that interesting. It was more of how many corporate clients can we get? How many government contracts can we get? And people were left saying, well, what about the guys who supported you from day one when you were a community version and free? We gave you the support, we donated, we actually produced exploits to help build this tool. And now you're abandoning the grassroots. And I think that's the biggest concern with all the open source community is all these security applications going commercial and losing that input and losing that valuable cooperation and interaction with the community. Do you worry about that at all? Like in the future, do you worry about losing that open source grassroots touch?
Not at the moment, because we still have to face it. People working. There are on that one side they are programmers, and on the other side they are pen testers. But I know those kind of people are quite in extinction nowadays. You will find more developers. You will find a lot of pen testers, but they don't really mix.
Yeah.
And if you don't have that in the same bag, then it's gonna be quite hard. It's like trying to develop a game without being a gamer. You don't know what to do.
Yeah. So I was really surprised when I was reading your bio and I saw that you had developed Exploit Pack and was still one of the main developers of Exploit Pack. I know with HD, when he went to Rapid7, he kind of took a back seat and they took over Metasploit within Rapid7. And I think a lot of guys and even White Hat, I know that when Jeremiah Grossman and Robert Hansen were involved in starting a company, it was exciting times, right? And then when they got turned over to corporate, it became this mess. And I was involved in one of their latest ventures when they opened up a office in Belfast. I went up there and interviewed their Belfast company, their Belfast office. And I've known Jeremiah for years. We had to sit down probably 5 or 6 years before that in his office in California, San Jose. And we're talking about White Hat and the future for White Hat. And then when I get to Belfast, it was kind of shocking to see the difference between the corporate mentality in Belfast as opposed to Jeremiah's visions for the future. And I know that's hard because you deal with investors, you deal with time constraints, you deal with, VC funding, stuff like that. So, with the outside influences, I know that everybody has to make a buck, right? Do you guys depend on VC funding, or are you just going with the value of the tool and what you can provide to the community?
The thing with us is that we have the luxury of programming what we like. We don't depend on funding. So basically, we can focus on what's best. We don't need to follow deadlines, and I'm sure we cannot compare our goals with other companies because we don't have to follow an investor deadline. We don't have to make X amount of sales at the end of the year in order to get a happy face on that quarter. But that's not for us. Luckily, and we try to keep it that way.
That's awesome, Juan. Like, to hear that come from your mouth, that's really awesome, because so many companies are willing to sell out for the money. And with that being said, like, Exploit Pack definitely has my 100% support. It had it before, but the fact that you guys don't depend on VC scheduling and rounds and investing is like so important, because a lot of the validity of the tools, a lot of the community support ends up getting damaged by VC funding, I think. So I'm going to get into some questions and answers really quick, things that I've kind of put together. I'm sure Ryan has his own questions as well. Mine are pretty simple, and I always like to pick the brains of people who are from the same stable that I'm from, like the red teaming, the pen testing, the hacking. So my question, Juan, is your favorite exploit and why?
My favorite exploit? Mm-hmm. Well, it has to be the one for the one that is used on OSCP, because a lot of people have asked me about that one. Mm-hmm. It's the one for Microsoft Server. You can find it on ExploitDB, and it's not nothing special, but it's I found it funny that some people is using it on OSCP. So people is asking me, hey, can you help me with that one? I always try to help with to make it work.
Yeah, and another thing too I want to throw in there too is that you rarely meet people like Juan in the industry. Juan, maybe Sandro from Sip Vicious, they stand by their tools, and I've never met people who would do that once they hit a commercial level. But I can tell you, just from talking to Juan from a short period of time and talking to, others that carry that same mentality, that's refreshing. It's really cool. All right. So another question. This is my last question, and I'll turn it over to Ryan. He can quiz you on his questions. There's no right or wrong answers, but the first time you popped a shell on a remote system, what were your thoughts?
I hope the police will not cut me or something like that, of course, but it was a long time ago. I think it was 10 or something.
So do you remember the exact exploit that you used to get in?
No, not the exact exploit.
No.
But I remember going outside and looking at the police cars, thinking, "Oh, they will cut me." They know. That was crazy. Yeah, but I was. I think it was around the 12 or something.
Yeah, that's awesome. That's awesome. I think for me, the most memorable, the very first exploit that I ran was a file share exploit with Mac OS. And it was an old G2 Mac, I think, that was downloading music through, I think it was LimeWire or whatever. And I had got into that system through the internet. And as they were downloading, I was deleting their shit. And I thought that was the coolest thing in the world. I'm like, okay, I'll show you piracy. I'll just delete all your shit. But I was a destructive kid, so it didn't really matter. So I'll turn this over to Ryan. I'm sure that Ryan has some questions. And for the listeners, if you guys want to post your questions to me, I'll funnel them over to Juan as we go. Go ahead, Ryan.
Hey, man, how you doing?
Hey, Ryan.
Okay, so for people who are just coming into the scene, into the industry, exploit plaque, look, it can be kind of overwhelming. Where would be a good entry point for them coming into software like exploit plaque?
The manual pages, that's the best introduction. And of course, if you are kind of lazy, then you can watch out the videos as well. But of course, I will say go to the manual, get the trial version, download it, and try to use it, and see how it feels. And and you can look at the utilities, look at something that suits you. Something that you need.
Yeah, perfect. Are you bringing it up in background there, Mike? Nice. So what's the difference between the trial version and the commercial? Is there stuff that can't be done in the trial, or?
970 euros.
Yeah, the trial version is choose so you can see if it's a tool that you need. It's not a shareware version. It's not a version that will include the exploits that you can actually use on a pen test. You cannot. You can look at the features. You cannot use them. So that's the main difference. But you can try the software. You can see if it suits you. If there is something that's one of the features that you might need on the next pen test, and if it's something that it will be part of your arsenal of tools or not. That's how you can decide.
Yeah. How does someone become involved in the exploit plaque community?
Well, we have a Discord channel. There is also a ticketing system. So if you need help, you can ask us directly, or you can get into the Discord channel and ask the other guys. Also, you can ask them if they like the tool or not. Hopefully, they do.
It's a great tool.
Yeah.
Is there any questions from the audience?
Yeah. There's one. So Drake wants to know, does exploit pack have the ability to invoke modules from Metasploit in the UI?
No, it doesn't.
That makes sense.
No, they don't. I think at one point we were trying to build an API for other tools, but then you have to maintain that API, and it didn't make sense.
Right, totally. Another question I have for myself, JAR, using Java for exploit pack. What was your decision on using Java instead of another platform to build exploit pack?
Well, at the beginning, we started with .NET, building it on Visual Studio, and then we decided, no, this is not going to work. So we didn't pass the mockup. And then after that, I started with Python. We didn't like it either. And then we thought, okay, we need to make it a multi-platform. Was the best choice that we have at that moment. And it was Java. So we built it in top of Swing. Swing, we changed it. What's the other one? Yeah, I think it was Swing. Yeah, it was Swing. And then, we built it on top of that. And then, we get it from there. So basically, we tried to make one shard that, you can make it binary, of course, if you want, but you should be able to run it as any other tools that runs with Java in Linux, Windows, or Mac. or or maybe a refrigerator that runs Java, you should be able to do it.
Yeah, I'm so glad to see
that Java can run, you should be able.
I'm so glad to see that you guys really try to stay away from doing an all web UI type situation for the tool. Back when Satan turned to Saint, everybody went to web UI. Nessus went to web UI. Armitage went to web UI. But the problems that we had as pen testers and red teamers was those UIs hung up so bad. And, if you had a large net block or subnet to scan, it always caused problems. So that definitely kudos on that. So Drake says, does Exploit Pack have a team server similar to Cobalt Strike so teams can hand off exploit shells, etc. in real time?
No, at the moment we don't have anything like that.
Yeah. So the way that I look at Exploit Pack, and correct me if I'm wrong, but Exploit Pack is more like a more robust version of Metasploit with better exploits and your options of shellcode and gives you better written material as far as the operations and streamlining stuff. That's just from my point of view of using the tool. But I can see the advantages of Exploit Pack above Metasploit without a problem. The other ones aren't even in the same category. So like Saint, Exploit, not even close. So if I were to have my two choices as a red teamer walking into an environment where I was pretty certain I was going to run into some challenges, and I was also going to see maybe some close to 0-day exploits or vulnerabilities I need to match exploits up to, I think from my experience, personal experience, I would have chose Exploit Pack over Metasploit, simply because of the fact of the life cycle of Metasploit. And don't quote me on this, and I know this is going to be on TV next week, but I don't think Metasploit is going to last much longer without the hands of HD Moore on Metasploit. So I'm hoping that he comes around and gets involved or stays involved with Metasploit. But my choice would be Exploit Pack. One quick question for me. I know that I've used up all my questions, Juan. I'm sorry. But encoders within your shellcode, are you going to build out like a module to where you can choose different encoders for the shellcode to get past specific AVs that are on site that you encountered during a red team event? Or is it going to be basically raw shellcode and it's up to the red teamer to encode it to where they feel comfortable enough to get it past AV?
Well, basically, all our agents, they pass AV, of course. And what we are not focused on AV signature. We are now more focused on EDR solutions because that's what's coming. And we don't want people to think that you will change the fingerprint by choosing coding your shellcode and then that's it. We want to show you and make use agents that are going to be able to do what you need. If you need to leave off the land, then you should be able to pick up the agent that will do that and doesn't need to have features that you don't need. And if you need to have an agent that will directly call syscalls, then you should be able to do that as well. But it depends on the scenario. And I think there is a really misconception of how to bypass AVs, and people think, okay, let's choose encode, let's just use encoder, and then that's it. And
port protocol are one of the biggest things for me. So lately, we've been focusing on the podcast on archaic ways of exfiltrating data, whether it be through RF, whether it be through common known services or ports that can get mixed into the traffic and kind of hide without AV seeing it. We've been pretty successful at doing that within some of the projects I've done, especially with some of the AI stuff. I think that what we're going to find out in the next 5 years is the AI platforms that boast all of the we can learn your network and stop APT attacks are going to be snake and oil. So that's all smoke and mirrors is going to go away. And it's going to go back to the original exploit pack, Saint Corporation, stuff like that does the exploits and can get past what we need to get past. One of the things that we ran into early on, I don't know if you remember when Qualys first came out, but the biggest problem we had was convincing clients that, yes, our platform uses agents put on the system for the exploitation part of it. But we go back and those agents are removed afterwards. So how does that work with an exploit pack, right? Are there agents left behind? And if so, how does exploit pack remove those agents or any traces of that agent so that someone doesn't follow up behind us and utilize that door?
Well, the agent, it depends on the pen tester. I mean, once they are using it, it's their own thing. If they don't know how to clean traces, if they don't know how to clean evidence, then it's up to them. And as soon as one of the pen testers from the world is an exploit pack, will upload one of the agents to the central repository of antivirus, then I don't want to name products, but we all know the EDR solutions that they use cloud. Yeah. And if as soon as it gets there, then it's fingerprinted, and then that's it. And that's why people think, okay, let's use encoders. Well, you shouldn't. Yeah.
So sometimes, like if I know the AV solution is inside the firewall, I'll mess with encoders, but really it's all about looking at what services are running and being able to hide your activity within a service that's accepted or a normal behavior like a port or protocol. I can't count how many times I've gotten PowerShell exploited in a company, a large corporation, using port 80 because to them it's natural behavior. And who knows, PowerShell, port 80, it's all good. Yeah, I get that same reaction. Oh, we do that all the time. Really? So, Ryan, any more questions? I've got a little.
I want to see this demo.
Yeah. Okay. So I want to do one thing that I saw on Colin Hardy's podcast, which I thought was really cool. I've been on his podcast a couple of times, InfoSec Journeys and InfoSec Real. And he does a little kind of like a game where I mention a word. And first thing comes to mind, Juan, shoot out your comment. This will be pretty interesting. I'll ask a few, and then Ryan, if you want to ask a few, that's fine. So let's see. The first word, cloud computing.
What's the game?
In your mind, when you think of cloud computing, what's your response? Short answer.
I don't know, data store or so.
Okay. It doesn't have to be positive or negative. I can tell you my response to cloud computing is leaky buckets and fuck, it's raining again.
All right, fair enough.
Microsoft Windows.
Getting better.
Paycheck. Let's see. Secure protocol.
Oh, which one?
Secure protocol.
Oh, secure protocol. You said worldwide.
Yeah. Okay. Shellcode.
Fun.
Yeah, absolutely. Ryan, your turn.
Machine learning.
Oh, fuck.
nested ifs.
Tutorials.
What was that, Mike?
I said tutorials. When someone says machine learning, I automatically think back to school and think those machine learners need to go back to tutorials. Take extra credit.
Automation.
Ooh.
Automation, sales, scripts, programmers, jobs.
Less pen testers. Let's see. Favorite language, Juan, go.
Python.
Okay. Nice.
But I hate I hate that they moved to Python 3 without having without making any simple ports to 2.7.
Yeah. So I'm a big fan of Python simply because it's easy to read and it's easy to write. But I'm usually in a hurry.
I go on. Exploit pack.
Oh, million.
Fun tool, something I like.
Juan Sacco.
I don't know.
Oh, that's a good one.
Curious person.
So, least favorite tool?
My least favorite tool?
For red teaming.
Oh, for red teaming.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Let me think about it. Well, I have, but I don't want to start flame war. But
I'll tell you my least favorite tool, and you don't have to respond. Juan. I know I put you on the spot because you're part of a big company. My least favorite tool is fucking Nmap, and I know that's a basis. I know it's a basis foundation for any pen tester that's starting out, but I can get more information by doing a 10-minute TCP dump than running a 30-minute friggin' Nmap scan on monotonous bullshit. I think it was just the way it was built, and it continues to be built. Is just there's too much to it, and it takes up too much time and resources. Mass scan. What's your response on mass scan?
I don't use it that much. I don't think. I think they are better tools.
Yeah, it's very noisy. Yeah, it's super noisy. But when you want to attack an entire continent, it's easy to get an entire continent info and intel in one sweep in like 2 hours. I think it took me. So any questions you have for us, Juan? I know that you were kind of, brought into this kind of blindly as, the haunted hacker community, and probably not a whole lot of people know about us. But we're here lurking in the shadows watching. Any questions you have for me or Ryan, or even the people that are logged in, watching and listening?
No, so far I have no question for you guys, but yeah.
Very cool. All right, so I'm going to open this up completely for questions from the audience. If Juan, you want to get ready for the demo and share your screen, go ahead and do that. You have co-host control. All right. And I'm going to shut off my video for a minute and let you guys roll with that. Ryan, take over and kind of lead the demo and help Juan where he needs it, and we'll go from there.
Yeah, nice one. Cool. So has anyone got any questions? Any questions for Juan? Everyone's silent as always. No, Juan, I just want to thank you for coming on, man. I appreciate it. I've been bugging you enough over the last couple of months. Hey,
all right. I'm going to share the whole screen.
Yeah, perfect.
All right, coming up in our Something Old segment, we have a virtual Predict 2021 Virtual Summit conversation on cloud native. It is a panel discussion hosted by Alan, and including Tracy Reagan from Deploy Hub, Tracy Miranda from the CDF, and Isaac Mosquera of Armory. They talk about cloud native and its role in digital transformation over the last year and what it means for the space in large in 2021. So great stuff. Let's give it a listen.
Hey, everyone. Thanks for joining us here on our Predict 2021 Cloud Native panel, or as I like to call it, Tracy, and I. Our cloud native panel this year has a very distinct CD tone to it, as all three of our panel members are members also of the CDF governing board, I believe, and have been instrumental in CDF or Cloud Continuous Delivery Foundation being part of Linux Foundation, a sister organization of Cloud Native. So we're going to take a little bit of a bend on there, but let me introduce you to our great panel, though. So the I in Tracy and I stands for Isaac, and it's my friend Isaac Mascara from
Armory.
I'm drawing a blank. Armory Network. Hello. I hope this is not an indication of how things are going to go. Isaac, introduce yourself.
Well, thank you first for having me here, Alan. My name is Isaac. I am one of the co-founders of Armory. I'm also the CTO there. I help the engineering and product teams really kind of guide their strategy, recruit and hire, and really help scale up the team.
Fantastic. And then next, I'm going to introduce Tracy Miranda, Tracy M. And Tracy, why don't you introduce yourself a little background?
Yeah, hi, thanks, Alan. Really my pleasure to be here and kicking off 2021 in this way. So hey, everybody, I'm Tracy Miranda. I'm the Executive Director at the Continuous Delivery Foundation, an organization with the mission to improve the world's capacity to deliver software with security and speed. And yeah, just love all things at the intersection of open source and DevOps.
Fantastic. And then last but not least, certainly, Tracy Reagan. Tracy, introduce yourself.
Thank you, Alan, and it is a pleasure to be here, especially with my esteemed colleagues, both Isaac and Tracy Miranda. I am the CEO and co-founder of Deploy Hub. I'm also the executive director of the open source project Ortelius, which just got introduced as an incubating project in the CDF, which we're super excited about. I have been doing this kind. I tell people I started when we were talking about ALM, application lifecycle management, and in reality, we're still talking about ALM. So I've been doing this kind of work my entire career, and I'm super passionate about it because I absolutely love the problem.
Absolutely. It's always a pleasure to have you all on, or especially you, Tracy Reagan. So I think we'll call you Tracy R, Tracy M, in case we get a little mixed up. But, so we sit here in January of 2021 looking at Predict 2021, looking what 2021 has in store. And the old adage, those who don't learn their history are cursed to repeat it, or, bound to repeat it. 2020 is a year like no other, right? It'll be a year for the history books. It'll be a year that our children and grandchildren read about. However, when they read about it, one of the bright spots is going to be how technology and DevOps and CD and cloud, digital transformation kind of made life somewhat bearable during those awful times, right? Where would we be without being able to Zoom, order all of our groceries online, conduct our lives online for many of us, right? Remotely and virtually. And that wouldn't happen without software, without DevOps, without continuous delivery and open source tools like Spinnaker and all of these enablers of our kind of virtual doppelganger existence these past months. So I think we have to acknowledge that. God bless you, Isaac. We have to acknowledge that and say, okay, what does that mean for going forward? What does that mean for 2021? Where do we build on that? What are the repercussions of it? Tracy Miranda, you are the ED for CDF, Cloud Continuous Delivery Foundation. I'm going to ask you to kind of kick it off for us.
Yes, yeah, no, absolutely. And just picking up your point about last year, I mean, it was a pretty unforgiving year. And as you say, it will stand in the history books. But one of the things that last year really did was really for our community emphasize the importance of continuous delivery and set the stage for it to play an even more important role this year, because it sort of divided up. The folks who were doing it well instantly had that business agility. They were able to adapt, react to the circumstances, kind of roll out new features to suit everybody being at home. And now everybody's seen that and started to have that deeper appreciation of, this matters. Every business is a software business, and how quickly you deliver features and adapt to changing circumstances is make or break. So I really think 2021 is going to be the year of continuous delivery, and alongside that, the Continuous Delivery Foundation, we're really looking to kind of go full throttle, pushing out lots of different things. So yeah, absolutely the year of CD.
Anyone?
I couldn't agree more. I could not agree more.
Yeah, absolutely. I couldn't agree more with what Tracy said. And really, you just saw everybody kind of flocking to digitization. I think we here already knew that the end state for all companies is all about being a software first company. But this pandemic really accelerated everything for everybody. And I think CD, it's really interesting. I think, starting Armory, CD has always been something that I think CTOs or CIOs don't really think about too much. And historically, they just said, okay, well, however you have to get your code into production, just go ahead and do it. But again, just kind of reiterate what Tracy said, I think they're now realizing how critical it is in terms of being agile and flexible. Whereas before, they just kind of swept it under the rug. So this year is certainly the year of CD and software delivery, and making sure that that is something that you do really, really well.
So, and granted, I don't hold myself out to be anywhere near the expert any of you three are. But when I look at CD, to me, CD era one, CD V1, Isaac, is very much what you said. CTO said, I don't really care how you do it. Just get my software delivered. I want it fast. I want it good. And I want it delivered right on time. Then I think what we saw even before 2020, maybe in 2019, was a shift where we started seeing, look, it's not enough just to do use a CI Jenkins tool or CI/CD, but man, we are now deploying everything to the cloud, or virtually almost everything, a majority, and we're deploying it. We want to get away from monolithic kind of stuff and go to microservices. We want to use Kubernetes and containerized environments. And that drastically changed the CD landscape. In some ways, it spawned, like as often does, right? Nature abhors a vacuum. It spawned all these new CD tools, right? That we've seen where, if we ask, what did you use for CI/CD 5 years ago? Jenkins. was it. 95%, I bet. Right now, man, there's so many tools out here, right? Take your pick. Spinnaker being one of them, right? There's GitLab, there's CodeFresh, there's a gazillion and one, some open source, some cloud native, right? So to me, that's generation 2 of CD, right? Where we've seen this rapid expansion, like a Cambrian explosion of life in the CD space, right?
And there's a reason for it too. There's a good reason for it, Alan, for that what you're acknowledging, and it's because we have two opposing forces working against us. We have complexity of the new cloud native environment, and we have the need for DevOps at scale. When we talk about microservices, we are talking about deploying all the time, literally all the time. So the old way, your version 1 of CD, is based on monolithic, and we always talked about a release date. We have release trains. None of that really exists anymore. So that those two opposing energies, the need for going faster, and at the same time, all of us learning a new, very complex environment, has spun off a lot of new tools. Deploy Hub, Ortelius is an example. Spinnaker, in its way, it's managing hybrid cloud environments, public and private. That is the reason why we have all these new tools, is because we have a whole new environment and we have to do both. Simplify a complex environment and do it really fast.
Yeah. Yeah, that had me thinking there, Tracy, as you were mentioning that about like the complexity and Alan, you were talking about 5 years ago. If you just rewind the clock just a little bit more, maybe like 8 years ago, I mean, you either deployed to bare metal or you deployed to AWS EC2. That's all that existed. So Tracy, to your point, like we only needed like one or two tools. But now you look at the landscape, you have Kubernetes, you have new clouds popping up everywhere. Oracle has a cloud. Google now has a large cloud, and Azure as well, right? All these things didn't exist too long ago. Then you add in Lambda, you add in all of their compute primitives, you add in Knative, and now what you're looking at is that tools. You need all those tools to be able to take advantage of those pieces of infrastructure, because just because Kubernetes is the tool that works for me doesn't necessarily mean that it'll work for Tracy and her organization. Well, Tracy R, and then Tracy M might have a different set of needs. She might only ever need Lambda. So why would she trouble her team with Kubernetes, right? And so you see tools really kind of adapting to that complexity that Tracy was talking about. And one of the things that we're starting to see, it's like, okay, you saw that kind of Cambrian explosion of tools. What I'm also starting to see is having those tools kind of blend into the background by way of GitOps, right? So GitOps is a way of saying like, this is declaratively what I want to be my outcome, right? I'll store it in Git that everybody's familiar with, all my developers are familiar with. And then what happens in the background, I don't really care, right? So you do have a lot of tools, but they will start to kind of fade away in the background as you see more of this GitOps way of working, and all of the tools that are part of the CDF and outside of and just part of the Cloud Native Foundation. You're going to see them adapt to that kind of way of working, and it'll still be the same kind of combination of tools. Just for a developer, it'll all just kind of be seamless. Is something that I'm starting to see. I don't know, Tracy R, Tracy M, if you guys see the same thing.
I'm glad you mentioned GitOps, because it's something I've been kind of talking about for a couple of years, but really seeing it pick up momentum at the end of last year. And I'll go so far as to predict that for 2021, we'll see our first almost job spec for a GitOps engineer. It's getting to that level of people will call it out as something that is just necessary in cloud native. You can't run in all these different environments without having everything kind of captured in an operational way.
And I'm going to make a prediction. This is out there, but my
I feel like I should play Wolf Blitzer.
I'm going to say that.
Go to the big board, Tracy.
I'm going to say that GitOps is going to run into scaling issues.
Yeah. Oh, tell us more, Tracy.
Well, when we're looking at this data ourselves, and when you think about how GitOps right now is structured, is all about you write a Kubernetes deployment file, basically declare it, you stick it into Git, and that you deploy from there, which is spot on. A hermetic or immutable deployment process is critical, and that will be the primary topic around the GitOps discussion. However, there's too much data for Git, and it doesn't scale well. I mean, if you think about, do you have a repository for every single environment and every single microservice that you go out to, and you're going to have a script for every single environment, environment you go out to, and then you're going to create versions of that. There ends up a lot of data that's in those scripts that's really critical to pull out and see. And unless you're doing something and pulling those scripts in and writing your own reporting tools, some core visibility is left on the table in that model. Now, while I think it was a really good beginning for configuration management in general, I do think that it will have trouble scaling over time. And I think that GitOps will become a term that we use, kind of like version control, but it won't be necessarily what we know it as today. I think it will change a lot over the course of the next year.
Yeah, I think so as well. Oh, go ahead, Alan.
No. I was going to say, I have a theory on that, right? Much like the Cambrian explosion. I think it depends on your view of evolution, right? Do the forces of nature make things increasingly complex, or does nature strive to dumb things down, to make things simpler, right? One may say that a lot of nature is built on the same pattern just over and over and over and over again, right? Others say, well, it just keeps getting more complex from one-cell organisms to multi-cell, et cetera. I think GitOps was one of those strive to make it simple. Let's give us one place to work in. That's where the repo is anyway, right? And I think it runs up against the other, rule of nature, which is complexity breeds complexity.
Yeah.
It bangs heads.
I think to add to Tracy, other kind of complexity and scalability examples that you just gave that GitOps will run into is how do you deal with kind of like multi-cluster deployments? How do you deal with progressive deployments? GitOps doesn't really talk about that. And when you think about what are all the stages that you actually need to push something into production, actually GitOps to a certain extent is not necessarily the model that I would have chosen. But what I think maybe where you and I might differ here is that I guess I don't know what the answer is. But I suspect that we will come up, and by we I mean the CDF as well as the industry, innovative ways to continue to call it GitOps. But there will be the things that you mentioned, the visibility problems, which absolutely exist, will move maybe into some other kind of system, and so we'll still call it GitOps, but these parts will live over here. Or this is how we deal with this type of scalability problem, or these kind of like scalable challenges. But the thing that I've talked to maybe 30 or 40 enterprise customers, and when I ask them what are they doing with GitOps, they're definitely dealing with the non-scaling challenges. So I'm interested to see what's going to happen here with the scaling problems that come up, and how we as an industry will solve for them and continue to call it GitOps. I think will be pretty interesting this year.
Yeah, and I expect we'll have like a new level of tooling that has to come out to support that. I think when it comes to like we started to see with some of the tools like Jenkins X, there's no more handcrafting pipelines. Everything is automated and everything is, we're looking at more templating mechanisms, and that's going to be the standard. So no more pipeline as pets. It's just completely generated pipeline as cattle kind of model that we've seen other areas go through, and we need to get there. We don't want people babysitting these things. They just need to be spat out and automated and killed off when you need to, and kind of everything moves on. So I think there'll be some interesting challenges, and yeah, I look forward to how people solve them.
I like that CD pipelines as pets, because boy, are they. I'm looking for them to be cattle, to be quite honest.
Yeah. Spoken like a true rancher in Santa Fe, New Mexico. But
exactly.
But let me just bring us down to earth a little bit here, right? We talk about the move to GitOps and keeping pets versus cattle and all of these, as if the whole world, the whole market, man, I'm considering spinning up Spinnaker, right? Or going to a microservices architecture. I don't know who on this panel might have facts and figures, but we shouldn't lose sight of what 2020 taught us. Is there an awful lot of companies that hadn't even started their transformation yet, that were forced by what went on to start transitioning to a cloud, and they still got, they've taken baby steps so that they're not roadkill, or some are roadkill. They don't even know it yet, right? But forget the pets and the cattle; they're roadkill. But there's a good chunk of the market that isn't ready for GitOps. They're not ready to have a really great discussion around the finer points of microservices. They need basic block and tackling. Should they go to Kubernetes? right? Should they use a Spinnaker or, they could still use Jenkins. Jenkins would be a huge improvement over what they're doing right now with Waterfall at their data center, right? What about that? And, I'm not saying it's half of the market, but it's a good chunk of the market, right? We shouldn't lose sight of that. What does 2021 hold in store for them?
Yeah, well, maybe I can speak to that. Like at CDF, we definitely believe every organization can be that high-performing technology organization, the type we envision with Netflix and Google. But I think you've hit the nail on the head. It's like that future is here, but it's so unevenly divided, and we have folks at every different end. So one of the interesting things, like we're seeing from CDF perspective, is that we have a lot of these end users coming to us, and they are actually helping drive the adoption, and they want to push their organizations to do more. They want to push, their C-suite to invest more. And so, like a couple of key topics they've asked us to focus on, and we're going to coordinate the whole kind of community around. The first one will be like measuring DevOps. They're like, okay, we want to do this transformation. How do we figure out what we're doing is effective, and how do we kind of automate that and do it in the best way possible? So I think on that end, we'll see a lot more around kind of, DORA metrics and highlighting those as a company, even maybe using them for recruitment purposes. And then the second thing, the second kind of key topic everyone agreed on was around developer productivity and developer experience. So how do you take that Cambrian explosion, but still ensure folks are productive and they have a good experience and they can do what they have to, and they can deliver and they can upgrade without everything falling over in a heap. So that one I'm particularly interested to see what happens. How do we define it? How do we move it forward? How do we, as an industry, kind of really make that less painful and make it so everybody can do it, not just kind of these superstar companies who are kind of on it.
And on that note, Tracy, I talk to a lot of people. I probably do 3 or 4 what I would call discovery calls a day, and we have a lot of stressed out SREs right now. They, as Alan, as you pointed out, companies have really, rushed to scale during this time, the ones that needed to. Some haven't been able to, and some have been doing it with some unsung heroes that are putting a lot of long hours in. And in 2021, we have to stop doing that. It breaks one of our primary, agile manifestos. How do you sustain your team? How do you make sure you're not overworking these folks? And if they're overworked, they're not solving problems, they're putting out fires. And this is a core problem that we'll see get solved, or at least begin to be addressed in 2021.
Yeah, 2020 was a put out fire year. I mean,
it was.
It absolutely was. And I agree with both the Tracys here. I do about 3 or 4 interviews a week as well, Tracy, and I'm seeing the same kind of thing. People are burnt out, and I think what causes that, I think there's a lot of hype last year about Kubernetes. Like, it was just like, we're moving to Kubernetes. In fact, if I wanted to talk to a company about anything other than Kubernetes, I got kind of like pigeonholed into, we're doing Kubernetes. But if you ask why, they would say, well, it's all about developer productivity. What I started to see near the end of the year is that people were not necessarily getting the benefits out of Kubernetes. They adopted the technology without changing their processes or their culture. And so you see a lot of people scrambling to use something like Kubernetes, who they don't have the proper training. And so they end up with those fires, they end up with those outages, and they end up working longer hours. And so, you saw a lot of those people really not really getting the benefit, but they had a mandate from up above. And now near the end of the year, I started to see, I think, Tracy, Miranda, what you were saying is like, they want to measure the productivity and the efficiency about what they're going to get from these tools that they're starting to adopt, right? The hype is starting to kind of like trend down a little bit. Kubernetes is still a great technology. There's nothing wrong with that. It's fantastic technology, but I want to see what is my business really getting out of these technology decisions? And I think now it's like, okay, well, how do we measure it? How do we know where people are being burnt out? How do we measure all of these outages or these problems that we're having, so that we can show, like, these are the areas we need to invest, and this is what we're really getting out of Kubernetes. Because I think at the very beginning, people thought that this was like a silver bullet for them, because they were just going to adopt the technology without changing anything else. And now they're realizing that they actually have to change. Like, we have all these tools, we're going to have to change the process and culture along with it, because we can't be like a Netflix and a Google if we don't think the way that they do in terms of engineering practices, in terms of giving these engineers autonomy and decentralizing a lot of the decision making that got them into the mess in the first place. So I think we'll see a lot more of that as well. And I'm seeing it almost everywhere now.
Yeah. On that note, Tracy Miranda, you mentioned DORA and the DORA kind of stats as a measuring stick. And to Isaac and Tracy Reagan's point, how do we measure, how we're doing? So here's my prediction for 2021. The DORA stats are getting long in the tooth. I don't know if they've been updated, quite frankly, in 2 years, going on 2 years now. Are they still the benchmark we should be measuring by? Is there a new benchmark we should be using? Will we see something emerge this year that maybe is a better insight into how we're doing organizationally?
Yeah,
Anybody?
I would say I think they're still very valid, and I think for however much we talk about them, teams don't share a realistic view of what they do in practice or how to make those better. So I think there's still kind of some fundamentals there to automate those and kind of look at those metrics and use them as a starting point before then jumping off to kind of more complex things, like how do you measure how stressed out your team is, how happy your team is, those much more intangible things. I don't think you can do those without getting some of those fundamentals in place. And a lot of that's not automated. A lot of tools only just started adding that functionality in 2020. So I think there's still work there to be done.
Yeah, I think okay. Also Dr. Forsgren did a lot of great work on, there's a lot of science and math that goes behind where she landed on those metrics, right? Certainly we can name a few other metrics, but there would be no scientific backing behind those things. And so I think the amount of effort and work it'll take for us to find other metrics would take a lot of time and effort. And so I think, given the research that she has done, that to me still seems to be the right metrics to kind of pursue. And as Tracy M mentioned, I think we need to be able to measure with the tools that we have today those metrics before we move on to something else. If the target keeps moving, we'll almost never get there. And so what I'd love to see us do as an industry is that the tools work together to produce these metrics and to be able to measure these kind of things, so then that we can start to iterate. But I don't really think we've gotten to the point of iteration yet, because we haven't really, I don't know very many organizations that actually measure these values, or any values, to be honest, in terms of productivity and efficiency and being able to kind of show this is the value that I'm getting out of CD. This is the value I'm getting out of Kubernetes, or whatever piece of infrastructure might be here in the future.
Well, we did a CDF meetup today on the microservices and the agile mindset, and this topic came up. And the question was, how do you measure the value of a microservice? Are we tracking that? We track the value of updates to an application, but we're throwing microservices out into clusters. Who's using them? And do they have value? So I think some of these discussions are going to shift a little. They're still the same discussion, just different objects for tracking.
I agree. There will be different objects. There is a lot of the same discussions. Here's to me the real lesson of 2020, and something we need to really measure, or not measure, but recognize in 2021, and that is the lumpiness of the world, the lumpiness of, we're not all equal. As much as, here in America, we preach equality. Not all organizations are equal. They're not all in the same place and in the same capability mindset when it comes to the ability to innovate software-wise, when it comes to the ability to deploy software, right, and so forth, and also, quite frankly, cyber. Tracy Miranda, you said part of the mission from CDF was to deploy software securely was one of the things, right? The cyber capabilities of organizations are all over the map, right? And that's going to continue to haunt us, I think, in 2021. Interested, Isaac, in terms of Spinnaker and what you're seeing at Armory, what about cyber?
Well, I think I think you're right to say that the maturity level on every organization is extremely different. And I think I'm going to pass it over here to Tracy Miranda to talk about the interoperability. I think that's how we get people to catch up, right? So if I am at one part of the spectrum and I need to use 10 tools, right? And I made them all work together because I have the team to do it, that's great. I think what we're starting to see is like, okay, well, there's somebody using Jenkins. They have maybe 5 microservices today. And how do you get them to adopt the right kind of security protocols or the right tools, right, without dropping what you have? Essentially, how do you get there iteratively, right? So that as you need that complexity and you have those problems, you can start plugging things in, right? And I think the work that the CDF group is doing is going to help those people probably more than the people that are already here. Because the people that are already at a certain end of the spectrum have solved it for themselves. It was painful, but they did it. This is really for the people that are coming behind. And the interoperability story, I think, is going to be critical. It's one for Spinnaker that we are going to invest a lot more in this year. For example, we have a canarying solution. You don't need the rest of Spinnaker to be able to adopt that. Maybe I want to mix that with Jenkins or mix that with Circle CI. You're going to start seeing a lot of that pluggability. But as soon as you do need canary functionality, I can just plug that in. Or like the Artilius project that Tracy Reagan's working on, where as soon as you get to a certain scale of microservices, you're going to need to be able to create a metadata service to understand what does each microservice do. You don't want to drop all of your existing tooling to be able to adopt that. And I think Tracy you've done a lot of work on interoperability on that project alone. So I think that's going to be a critical thing for us here, and especially the people who are just catching up, because they won't have the time or the capability to build those integrations and those connectors in the way that the other groups have.
Yeah, we have to make those plugins clean and easy. And I can assure everybody, one of the first things that Tracy Miranda told me when we were looking at goals is she said, we want to make security a first-class citizen of the CD ecosystem. And it's true. So oftentimes we don't bring those security tools into the conversation. And we certainly want to do that at the CDF. It is a critical part of the landscape, and it needs to be automated. And there's many steps to it. There is not just at the container scanning. There is security at every single step. So yeah, bringing security into the landscape and making it a first-class citizen is one of the goals of the CD Foundation.
Yeah, and I'll add, like particularly on the cloud native side of things, we're seeing Tekton emerge as kind of this Lego for cloud native CI/CD, and it's had a lot of adoption behind the scenes. The Puppet tools are based on Tekton, the IBM tools are based on Tekton. There's integrations with Jenkins X. So I think in that way, people can achieve two things. They can get ahead by leveraging open source and kind of these building blocks. And they can make sure by using these kind of more opinionated platforms that they aren't working with, there's better options to secure it. And for 2021, we're working with the Tekton community to do a security audit as part of their big 1.0 release. So we'll be making sure that we kind of examine it proactively to look for vulnerability, so we can give people that confidence that, okay, you can adopt this, you can build solutions on it and move them to the next level without kind of having to reinvent the wheel for security.
Great. Guys, we're running up against the clock in another couple of minutes here. I want to bring up one other subject for our audience. A lot of our audience kind of had to learn CD and cloud native with a bit of a gun to their heads in 2020. Hopefully 2021 affords them the opportunity to ingest and digest this stuff well. Where do people go to learn to do it the right way? Where do they, I mean, obviously go to CDF, right? But I mean, you know, what's the path for people to say, you know what, this all makes a ton of sense to me. I see us in this predicament. Where can they go in 2021 to get up to speed?
I would like to take that one on.
Go ahead.
The problem here is there isn't one way. That is the problem. And I started this by saying we have complexity combined with the force of DevOps at scale. And Isaac pointed out that there are tons of different tools out there. If you're using Lambda, you don't necessarily need to, you know, there's parts of the CD pipeline you don't need. There isn't one answer, but there are guidelines. And the stronger that we can define the guidelines, and we're working at the CD Foundation to really build some guidelines, what are the guardrails that we need to have so that CD can go fast and go secure? That is really the challenge, because there just isn't one answer. There are so many different combinations of tools and platforms and culture that every tool on the market has a home, to be quite honest. And that's kind of the myth about CD, is that there isn't really a single answer. You have to define it. You have to look at your organization. You have to understand your silos. You have to understand your platform, and then you have to sit down and figure out what you want to do and what tools are going to be part of that. But you can't do it until you take a hard look at yourself and understand where you're at in the process and what you're using. Then it gets hard because you have to figure out the landscape. And you know, one of the first things I did for the CD Foundation was to build the CDF landscape to try to create the organizational kind of silos. There's security, there's deployment, there's configuration management, there's CI, there's orchestration. And once you figure that out, once you know what you need to build, the tools are there to build it. But you have to take a really strong look at yourself and your organization and figure out what it is you're creating, because there just isn't one answer.
Fair enough. Isaac or Tracy, any follow-up?
I think, Tracy, you nailed it. Like, just absolute nailed it, the answer. You know, just to kind of build a little bit on top of that, I mean, Tracy, you mentioned culture. And I think that is what makes it different. You have to look at your culture and understand what is it that you need. If your organization has to have a culture of security as a topmost concern, you're going to look different than a Netflix. Netflix is, you know, thinks about, and they have different value system than a bank. Their CD system will look differently than yours, right? It just will. And you have to be honest and truthful with yourself. And you can't just go like, well, look at what Netflix does. It may not work for you. There may be some parts that do, but it really comes down to your value system, your culture, and then you design a process from that. And then you pick the tools to match the process that you need. But you know, Tracy, you nailed it. Everyone's got their own. It's going to look different for everybody.
Tracy Miranda, I was going to give you the last word.
Yeah, the only thing I can suggest to build on that is, like, whatever you do, don't sit in your silo and try to kind of reinvent the wheel for yourself. Just get out there. We have just amazing kind of events in this space. Like, I know there's the DevOps Online Summit and the CDCon in June. And I think going to those events, comparing notes with folks, it's like the best hack for starting to figure out where you fit in and how you can solve that problem for yourself.
And that's one of the reasons why we're pushing the user community within the CDF, because there's going to be, healthcare users, there's going to be banking users, and they're going to actually have more similarities in their pipeline than, as Isaac pointed out, maybe what Capital One looks like and what Netflix looks like. But being able to have users come together and discuss what they're doing is the most effective way of solving this problem.
I agree. So, to Tracy's and I, thank you for joining us and making for a great cloud native CD panel here on Predict 2021. We'll check back over the course of the year and maybe next year for Predict 2022 and see how this held up because who knows what 2021 has in store for us. Anyway, though, that's going to wrap this panel. I hope you've enjoyed our Cloud Native panel here at Predict 2021. We have a lot more sessions, a lot more great panels for you to check out, as well as our exhibit halls and sponsors. And there's a whole bunch of activities here going on, chat rooms and everything else. Partake of it all. Enjoy. This is Alan Schimmel for Media Ops. Have a great day.
CISO Talk, to hear how real-world CISOs are dealing with today's real-world issues. From enabling secure remote workers to accelerating secure cloud adoption, defending against a pandemic of security attacks and beyond. CISO Talk covers the cyber topics you want to learn about. With your hosts, Unisys CISO Matt Newfield and Media Ops CEO Alan Schimmel, featuring a revolving panel of CISO cyber experts. This is where CISOs talk. Join us on digitalanarchist.com and techstrong.tv.
Hey everybody, happy Monday. This is Charlene O'Hanlon, and I'm here now with the headlines for you. First up on DevOps.com is an article that looks at how engineering practices can overcome DevOps challenges. Mark Hornbeek offers up the premise that DevOps is a journey, not an end state, and that's widely accepted in the industry. He advocates taking an engineering approach to DevOps. Too many organizations launch into a DevOps transformation initiative without considering the full scope of what it takes to engineer a successful DevOps solution. DevOps is more than just a CI/CD pipeline or tool chain, and it is more than simply a culture change. There are 9 practice categories that are at the core of every successful DevOps solution, he says, and an additional 14 practice categories that are essential parts of a comprehensive engineering blueprint for accomplishing high-performance DevOps. This is a great article for understanding not only the what and why of DevOps, but also the how. The importance of practice categories and specific practices within each of the categories will evolve as each application does, alongside the changing needs of the enterprise. And that's how DevOps evolves in an organization as well. Also, we have an article on Spot instances and their role in cloud and DevOps. Most DevOps teams use the cloud extensively and focus a lot of energy on reducing their cloud costs. According to one estimate, U.S. businesses spent $14.1 billion with a B in 2019 just on wasted unused cloud resources. Spot instances are one of the most important ways to reduce the cost of public cloud services. And if you don't know already, Spot instances are how cloud providers sell their unused capacity. When compute instances are not ordered by anyone via the regular on-demand pricing model, the cloud provider will put them up for auction at very favorable prices, usually around 10% to 20% less than the on-demand costs. But costs can fluctuate and discounted users can get bumped should another higher-paying customer want the capacity. That makes Spot instances not so great for stateful or database-driven applications. They can be useful in DevOps, however. This article discusses 3 ways DevOps teams can make great use of Spot instances on AWS and Azure, especially for low criticality workloads like dev test or CI/CD job execution. All right, over on Container Journal, we have an article that looks at the Kubernetes platform and its support for OPA integration. Kubernetes has a lot of advantages, but one of its main drawbacks is the lack of security management features for both containers and clusters. Historically, completely different APIs, tools, and user interfaces were required for authorization and policy control for containers, which further compounded the complexity of Kubernetes for container orchestration. Plus, Kubernetes operators have lacked uniformity within their platforms for policy management. The Open Policy Agent project from the CNCF aims to simplify the security by enabling teams to rely on a single API and framework to set all policies for applications in Kubernetes and microservices environments. Kubermatic's Kubernetes platform is a multi-cluster and multi-cloud Kubernetes platform. It now integrates OPA's policy setting capability on Kubernetes with its 2.16 release. It also has other features, but obviously the OPA integration is the most important. DevOps teams using KKP 2.16 will appreciate especially how OPA will be helpful in unifying policy enforcement across the entire stack. I expect we'll be hearing more about the OPA support in other Kubernetes platforms sooner rather than later, and Kubermatic's embracing of it hopefully is indicative of how the market is heading when it comes to security management and Kubernetes. And we have news of Red Hat, which announced it is making it easier for organizations to migrate existing virtual machines into a container that can be deployed on top of a Red Hat OpenShift platform based on Kubernetes. Version 4.7 of Red Hat OpenShift also adds templates that make it possible to add virtual machines with a single click. The latest version is based on Kubernetes 1.20. Red Hat has been making a case for hosting legacy applications that run on virtual machines on top of Red Hat OpenShift running on a bare metal server, alongside those microservices-based applications constructed using containers. That capability is enabled by Red Hat OpenShift Virtualization Framework, which is based on the open-source KubeVirt software. With these and other features in OpenShift, it's clear Red Hat believes in a hybrid cloud computing future with OpenShift as the foundation. Of course, that means organizations must move beyond managing application development platforms in isolation across multiple clouds and on-premises environments. Over on Security Boulevard, Christopher Burgess looks at some of the cyber shenanigans North Korea has been up to, according to the U.S. Department of Justice. In mid-February, the department shared the contents of a sealed indictment that charges 3 North Korean hacking operatives with a plethora of cybercrimes, including what it says were cyber heists and extortion schemes targeting both traditional and cryptocurrencies to steal hundreds of millions of dollars, actually $1.2 billion. The indictment is, in essence, a roadmap highlighting the diverse activities and success of the hackers working for the Democratic People's Republic of Korea, also known as North Korea, and its Reconnaissance General Bureau. Among the crimes the 3 operatives are charged with include cyber attacks on the entertainment industry, cyber-enabled bank heists, cyber-enabled ATM cash-out thefts, ransomware, and cyber-enabled extortion and spear phishing campaigns. While we applaud the efforts of the DOJ to single out these cyber criminals and their activities, the likelihood that any of the 3 who are charged will see the inside of a U.S. courtroom is very slim. And they won't stop North Korea from using cyber attacks to obtain the necessary foreign currency to fund future government operations. And finally, SysDig has donated a SysDig kernel module and libraries for the Falco security platform for Kubernetes to the Cloud Native Computing Foundation as part of an effort to advance Linux security. The SysDig kernel module runs in the extended Berkeley packet filter microkernel created by the Linux community to enable security, networking, and storage technologies to run closer to the Linux kernel without impacting how updates are made to the core operating system. The goal of the donation is to make it easier for security vendors to build offerings that can keep pace with the volume of cyber attacks that are being launched by being able to execute code at the microkernel level. Sysdig plans to continue to contribute to both the Sysdig kernel module and Falco, which today is an incubation level project being advanced under the auspices of the CNCF. As a platform for securing runtimes on Kubernetes clusters, Falco has been downloaded more than 24 million times, and adopters of Falco include Logs.io, Booz Allen Hamilton, Sumo Logic, Shopify, and Rancher, which is now part of SUSE. All right, that's all that I have for today's headlines. Please check back with me tomorrow when I'll have a fresh batch for you, as always. But until then, have a great day, and please stay safe.
This is Digital Anarchist.
Hey everybody, welcome back to TechStrong TV. I'm Charlene O'Hanlon, and I'm here now with John Cusera, who is the Senior Vice President of Product Management at Salesforce. Hey John, how you doing? Great to see you again.
Doing great. Thanks for having me.
All right. Let's talk automation. I know, automation is a core tenet of DevOps, and so much has happened in the automation space. I would say, even in just the last, 7 or 8 years since the DevOps even kind of became a household term, if you will. But it's been great for the developer community. So, kind of want to pick your brain a little bit about the automation space in general, where you're seeing some of the really cool things happening, and maybe what we can expect to see. Maybe from a larger conversational perspective. So, but sure. Wherever you want to start is fine, because I just basically wanted brain dump from you.
Sure. What we're seeing is there's just this massive demand for automation. So there's so many people that have had to change the way they work. And as a result of that, there's all of these processes that have completely changed. And some other processes that used to be there just don't work anymore. People used to do silly things with paper, or you have all these things with spreadsheets, and then you don't have enough time to do it all. And so we're finding our customers are just massively turning to automation as a way to do more with less and really try to make sense of it all in this new normal. So massive surge in demand, and that's created a lot of opportunity for our customers and others to basically reinvent these old, stale ways of doing things. So it's both a blessing and a curse, so to speak. But we're all trying to make our lemonade out of lemons.
Yeah, I hear you. And so much has happened in the last month, or not month, but last 10 months or so. Everybody's head is spinning. I think it's been great from an innovation standpoint, because every company that I talk to has basically rushed to accelerate their digital transformation efforts, but a lot of them kind of just dove right in, and they didn't really have a kind of a roadmap or a game plan or a way of really considering, the implications of each step of their process. And a lot of them, I think, recognize the importance of automating certain processes as part of their digital transformation efforts, and really what the impact that they would have on their business as a whole, including the way that their developers do their jobs and their applications are built. So is that something that you guys have seen in the marketplace? And are you seeing more automation maybe on the front end, like from the more customer-facing apps? Or are you seeing automation be more of a back-end process, more of a back-end feature, if you will, that organizations are adopting?
Yes, and yes.
Yes, and yes.
So,
okay.
As you were saying, what our customers are saying is they basically took several years of digital transformation and did it in a couple of months. And so they had to figure out, okay, how do we do this? How do we reimagine these processes? And so we saw a massive increase in demand for the low-code tools because it's just way faster to get something up. So as developers know, a lot of times you need to get something live. You need a minimum lovable product. You need to get the core nexus of a process live to do the most important needs. And so if you could do that with clicks, and you don't have as much regression risk or security risk, that can be a really good way to serve the problems and the needs that you have. And so then, as you're saying, people then are like, okay, well, I put up these processes really quick. Are they what I really want for all of my departments to work there? So then it's, okay, let's then make these more applicable across department for the meatier processes, and then add in even more optimizations. How can we have the code married in with the low code? so that we not just solve the very, very fundamental, most critical things, like for our banking customers, the Paycheck Protection Program, they needed to get a loan application site in like 7 days to handle billions of dollars of loans.
Right.
And so this isn't something where you just go spin up some servers and put a bunch of code. They needed a low code form. And then how can we optimize it in week 2? And then afterwards, how can we help with all the reconciliation that's needed for the government request? And so this is the life cycle we've seen for all the different processes, whether it's the customer facing ones or the behind the scenes ones, whether it's back office or DevOps. How can we make our CI/CD processes more automated when we have to completely change how we're doing some of this with the different tools? How can we reimagine our finance and billing? So really across the gamut.
So what you mentioned low code, and I know that that's been a huge topic of interest on DevOps.com, especially since the onset of the pandemic. And we've seen a lot of companies that have embraced low code. And even though it actually has been a technology that's been around for a long time, and we've been covering for at least 5 years or so, but it just seems to have exploded over the last 9-10 months or so. But do you think that low code is being used as kind of a bridge technology, if you will, to help organizations as they get through at least the initial phases of their digital transformation efforts to kind of get them up to speed? And do you think that that's going to continue, or do you think that once they kind of get into that comfortable place, if you will, that their use of low code will maybe throttle back a little bit, and they'll kind of put things back into the hands of developers and let them get back to doing the dirty work, if you will?
I don't see it as an or, but an and. So I think the pressure that was put on so many people in the last year was, how do we allow people that haven't traditionally been able to do this type of stuff, this automation, these processes, to contribute, so that you don't have only the people that can write code contributing. And fundamentally, what we've seen at Salesforce in our methodology is we don't want it to be an or, but an and. How can we empower those people, but also have them work with the reusable code building blocks? Like, to give a very concrete example, like one of those guided workflows or forms. We've got a bunch of customers that just wanted things like, hey, I need to replace a PDF for change address with a guided workflow. This isn't something where you need to have a professional developer create a fantastic version of it. You don't want to, as a developer, have to create a wizard. What you might want to do is have the developer create a very pixel perfect component that, based on putting in the zip code, will automatically populate the state and the country. So those are the types of things where we see low code and pro code coming together. You can have the non-developer stand up the basics of the form, and then where you need to optimize it further, whether it's for user experience or elasticity or whatnot, the pro developers focus on those aspects. And then this really becomes that peanut butter and chocolate story that we think is really powerful here. So I think it's an and. I think we're introducing so many people to the ecosystem, but also you'll continue to see increased and accelerated demand for all the great professional development needs.
So did you guys see a shift maybe in what you guys considered to be the average low code developer, before the pandemic, and then since the pandemic, has that kind of demographic shifted for you guys? I mean, are you guys seeing folks who you never thought would be involved in using low code actually start doing it and actually being pretty good at it?
Part of this is Salesforce has been at this for a while. So we've had a ton of people that are non-developers building on the platform. What we've seen a lot in the last year is that they're increasingly doing more sophisticated things without code, but also the developers, instead of going pure code for certain scenarios, they're going to do a hybrid. Hey, I'm going to use a guided flow to do the wizard part. There's no reason that I need to write a bunch of JavaScript to put this together. And then I'm going to have my pro code UI component or my pro code logic for this other piece, because I need to for agility to get this live. And so it's really that we've seen an evolution, like where people will progressively do a little bit more, but not necessarily a complete change, given we've already had a lot of people partnering on these in the past.
Okay. All right. What about customers of yours in general? Have you seen maybe different market segments or different verticals kind of looking at technologies such as yours that have that low code component and actually kind of maybe making their buying considerations largely based on whether there is that low code component that enables them to really do a lot of the stuff without a lot of intervention, either from you or from their developer environment, developers?
Yeah, absolutely. And a couple that might be obvious, might not be obvious, the highly regulated industries. So when you have finance, when you have insurance, when you have healthcare, but also government. So people may not realize that government has actually been a massive consumer of low code tools in the last year. You have these governments that have been running with really dated old technology, and they had this massive, massive change thrust upon them, and they had to react. And so this is everything from the New Mexico, the Department of Employment had to stand up chatbots because you had all of these people that needed unemployment insurance, but they didn't have the army of people to support them. So they had to turn to automation to try to take care of their constituencies in a quick way. And then what I think's also shifted is the regulations. So we have compliance with so many of these tools now where perhaps 5 or 10 years ago, there wasn't SOC 2 compliance for finance. There wasn't HIPAA compliance for health, where now a lot of these tools and platforms have them so that you can use these tools to automate things in a secure, compliant way. And that's created a massive surge in demand for low code platforms, but also pre-built workflows that are industry specific.
Excellent. Excellent. So where do you see the low code market and automation in general? Where do you see it going in 2021? I mean, we're 2 months into it now, but maybe this year as maybe hopefully things start kind of opening up and we kind of get back to possibly a hybrid workforce. Does that change what we're going to be seeing in the way of technology, innovation, software deployment and development and deployment, and what does that mean for automation moving forward?
Yeah, obviously I'm biased, but I think it's going to continue to extend and skyrocket in adoption because this year you basically had forced education for so many of these different constituencies that may not have been using it in the past. And they did it for the first project or they standardized on a platform. And then as a result, they're seeing the benefits. They're able to react to this crazy, crazy year thanks to the benefits of this low code approach. And so I think that people will start taking even more of this hybrid approach of, okay, I need to consider low code as part of the portfolio here. And I might have done this as 100% code in the past, but now let's do the best of both worlds. This project will have this low code aspect, we'll have these pro code building blocks, and then use that as the mental model moving forward. Which really should drastically cut the time to market, but also just the cost of implementing a lot of these solutions. So I'm bullish.
Yeah. All right. Great. Well, John, thank you very much for taking a couple minutes and talking with me about automation and low code and the market in general. And so much has happened in the last 10 months or so. I expect we're going to see a level of innovation that equals, if not surpasses, what we've seen over the last year. So thank you very much for your time and your expertise. I appreciate you joining me today.
Thank you for having me. This was fun.
Great. All right, everybody, please stick around. We've got lots more TechStrong TV coming up, so stay tuned.
Disruption is occurring across every aspect of IT. Open source, cloud services, DevOps, and cloud-native software architectures are democratizing IT and radically transforming how business is done. The old ways of creating software and doing IT are being replaced with agile, flexible, faster, and cheaper methods, benefiting vendors and users alike. Accelerated Strategies Group is out to democratize access of industry expertise and knowledge. We use our expertise and experience to offer insightful, intelligent, useful information in a variety of formats relevant to the IT community, digital events, videos, reports, assessments, workshops, and implementation projects with tech vendors, IT organizations, and business leaders. meetings. We widely and openly share our work products, often for free. Analyst reports these days aren't worth more than a graph or chart that tells a story or illustrates a market trend. We work with developers, DevOps teams, cloud architects, security engineers, and transformation leaders most every day, creating and implementing transformational strategies and technologies. We're not just thinkers, we're also doers.
This is Digital Anarchist.
Hey everybody, welcome back to TechStrong TV. I'm Charlene O'Hanlon, and I'm here now with Jacob Kubrinski, who is the CEO of a company called DevSkiller. Jacob, thank you so much for taking the time and talking with me today. Really appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you very much for the invitation. I'm very glad I'm here today.
Great. Well, I know we want to talk about some of the findings from the DevSkiller 2021 IT Skills Report, but first, maybe you can tell us a little bit about DevSkiller.
Yeah, so DevSkiller basically is a skills management and skills assessment platform focused on the technical skills. So what we do, we help companies, mostly in recruitment right now, to filter out the candidates based on their real skills. By real skills, we mean that we are not checking if someone is able to implement the Fibonacci algorithm or invert the binary tree or something like this. We verify if people are capable of doing microservices, capable of writing iOS or Android mobile applications. And due to that, and due to testing hundreds of thousands of candidates from all over the world, 160 countries last year, we are building and providing to the community and to our customers the pretty detailed report of all the skills and findings that are related to recruitment and to software development in general.
Cool. All right. Well, it sounds like you guys are the perfect ones to do the IT skills report. So let's dive right into some of the findings. When did you guys actually pull together the report?
So basically, we pull together the report in January every year. So we do it on an annual basis, and that's when we collect all of the data from the previous year, and we analyze the data, and we also try to forecast some trends for the upcoming year. So that's why right now we are forecasting how the market will look like in 2021.
All right. So let's talk a little bit about that. What were some of the things that the report findings that really surprised you guys this year?
So to be honest, it's not easy to surprise us as this is pretty stable, and the development environment is changing, but it's not changing, completely, on an annual basis. It's not the JavaScript ecosystem, because here we see that the frameworks are changing, the ideas of software development are changing, but basically from our customer base, which is basically mostly based on the enterprises and medium companies, they're not changing their development ecosystem every year or something like this. So from that perspective, we see that still JavaScript and Java, .NET, so the Microsoft stack are the most important areas to verify. So the most important areas where the companies are growing. So there are not big differences between the last year. However, what we see, there is increase in the front-end development favored over back-end one. And that's pretty interesting, because when you compare the parts of the skills that are verified all together, then you realize that basically 75% of all the companies are looking for JavaScript or front-end developers. So it really proves that basically a lot of companies are doing the web applications right now. So the moments when everyone was based only on mobile or only on desktop applications just passed away, and now the web applications are pretty crucial. Which I think can be also explained by the popularity of progressive web applications. So basically an option to implement the offline applications or mobile applications just in your browser. So that's something that's proving that this sector is growing all the time. And of course, database. So SQL is still crucial element, and it's because of most of the applications that were like implemented a few years ago or in the recent 10 years are using relational databases. But also, I think the companies are more and more taking care about the data. So they try to do, like unbiased decisions based on the data and not just based on their feeling or just luck. I'm not sure if you agree with me, but what I see is like more and more companies are asking about the data, asking about access to analytics, right, just to try to be less biased in their actions.
Those findings are really, really interesting, especially when you think about what's been happening over the last 9-10 months, and really who can't have a conversation without talking about the pandemic these days, and it really has kind of impacted every single facet of a business, including application development efforts, and it seems pretty telling that the fact that front end design or front end development has really kind of become front and center, if you will, with a lot of companies. Do you think that that's a direct result of the fact that so many organizations have accelerated their digital transformation efforts and they really are focusing on that customer and user experience, and so front end development is a major part of that?
Yeah, I think you're like definitely right. And basically in this year, it was especially important, but because like COVID basically forced or triggered the digital transformations in many companies when they needed to like migrate from the classical on-site company working in the office. Like from day one, they needed to start working online. So for example, at Devster, we are fully based on cloud, and we are based on the cloud solutions, cloud tools. So for us, it was just pack your MacBook and go home, and that's it. And many companies said that were even our clients, they had issues when their employees even are not using notebooks, so they needed to get a classical PCs back home, and it wasn't so easy adding the VPN access. So yeah, I think the COVID has giant impact on the market and how companies are working. And even besides the report, we see that the growth of the customer base in the recent few months is much higher and much more dynamic than before the COVID, where right now most of the companies are hiring remotely. So that's something that we see. And of course, the candidates are also accepting this much more often. Okay. So yeah, it's still important.
So, regarding hiring, kind of bouncing around here, because of the COVID, I know a lot of organizations have decided to, at least for the time being, stick with a remote or a hybrid workforce. Do you see that impacting hiring practices at all among organizations, and maybe in location or the types of folks who they are hiring these days, or what are you guys seeing there?
Yeah, so our findings confirm what you are saying, that there should be some kind of an impact. So we see that the remote hiring and basically hiring overseas is higher than it was before. Companies are less close to hiring people from different countries and even different time zones, when still everyone works remotely. So now the difference between, I don't know, New York and Mexico is less crucial than it was a year ago. So that's something that we definitely see, that this remote hiring and overseas hiring has increased. Also, there's something that is pretty important, is that Devster basically or the candidates enjoys Devster tests. So they like taking our tests because the tests are changing something that is crucial for the work. It's based on or verifying the hands-on experience. Mm-hmm. But we also even hear, even if the percentage of the candidates that are taking the test is pretty high, because for this year, it's almost 94% of the candidates are taking our tests. Wow. But it's still a higher level than a year before. So mm-hmm. even if it's COVID, even if a lot of companies are frozen the hiring, we still see that more candidates are taking the test than a year before. So it shows that they are used to this remote hiring that is often using different tooling than the classical processes when the funnel was manual from the very beginning to the very end.
Yeah, it's really interesting to see kind of the way the whole industry has kind of changed almost on a dime to accommodate remote work for a remote workforce and just being able to collaborate remotely and just work with different groups that maybe perhaps a development team hadn't worked with before. So I'm actually amazed at the number of changes that have occurred in such a relatively short time. And I wonder, with these results that you guys have found and actually published, do you see any changes in the way development teams are going to be working moving forward, keeping in mind that the pandemic, knock on wood, is not a permanent thing, that eventually things will kind of hopefully even out and we will be able to go back to something that was closer to what we had before the pandemic. But have we kind of changed things for good because of the pandemic?
Yeah, so here we also discuss a lot with our customers and like with our friends who are also like software engineers or developers, and it's just like it's divided into two different camps. When like some of the companies are saying, yeah, we like the remote work more than we were working before. We thought that it's not possible to work remotely, and but now we prove that it works, and we want to stay with that. Mm-hmm. But still, I would say that around 50% of the companies say, okay, we can work remotely, but we don't like to work remotely. Yeah. And a lot of people are saying that the collaboration inside a team has decreased drastically when they shift to remote work, and they are mostly talking about some small talks inside the development teams, where it's like not how to design a system, but basically, hey, can you take a look why it's not compiling or why the test is not passing or something like this. So they said that basically there is a slowdown in the development, mostly caused by people like collaborating less than before. Mm-hmm. I unfortunately to say that I'm also a proof of that. So this short collaboration, when someone like in 2 minutes discussion can save you like 30 minutes of work, it just passed away. So it's hard to do that. I know from few companies that really invested a lot in this remote work, that they were able to overcome those issues, but it basically means that they're like sitting 8 hours per day on Google Meet or on Zoom or at least TeamSpeak. Yeah. So they are trying to recreate this office environment, even if they are working remotely. Mm-hmm. For us, it was hard to manage. So I still think that it's too early to judge. And some people are saying, yeah, we like the remote work. Some of them are saying, no, we are just waiting to get back to the office. I hate like sitting 8 hours per day, especially if I have 3 kids who are like, crying all the time or something like this. So we'll see. We try to stay a semi-remote company, so not fully remote. That's not what we enjoy as a company. So we still hope to get to the office like pretty quickly, especially part of the team.
Yeah, well, hopefully, fingers crossed. Those companies that do want to become hybrid or back in the office, hopefully they'll be able to do that sooner rather than later. But yeah, you're right. I think time will tell. We're still relatively early days in this kind of new way of working. So we'll have to see how it goes. But Jacob, thank you so much for walking me through the some of the survey results. If folks want to take a look at the results, the survey itself, is it something that they can access on your website?
Yeah, exactly. So you can enter our website that is called devskiller.com, and at the very top, you can find a resources tab, and in this resource or learning hub, and there you can find a DevSkiller top IT skills report that is like accessible for everyone. You don't need to leave anything like email or phone or your credit card. It's like free for all. That's our return to the community.
All right, great. So it's devskills.com, and then it's in
devskiller.com. Yeah.
Devskiller.com. I'm sorry. Devskiller.com. All right. Well, Jacob, thank you so much. I do appreciate it again. And we'll have to have this conversation again later on this year or maybe next year after the report comes out again and see what's changed.
Yeah,
I'm sure
Thank
things
you very
will
much for
change.
this talk.
Yeah. All right. Thanks again. All right, everybody, please stick around. We've got lots more TechStrong TV coming up, so stay tuned. Hey, everybody. Happy Monday. This is Charlene O'Hanlon, and I'm here now with the Monday edition of the webinars preview. As always, I tell you, we have a lot of great webinars coming up on DevOps.com, Container Journal, and Security Boulevard, but I wanted to let you know about 3 that are happening very soon in the hopes that you can join us for them. The first one is called DevOps Transformation in the Embedded World, the Cone Cranes Case. This one is happening tomorrow, Tuesday, March 2nd at 9 a.m. Eastern, and it's sponsored by EFICode. If you work in the world of embedded software, you might think that DevOps practices and tools are not for you, but you'd be wrong. Large manufacturing companies are succeeding with DevOps. So this webinar is all about transformation, DevOps transformation that is, in the IoT world, and how organizations of all kinds can benefit from DevOps transformations and cloud solutions. In this session, EFICode will introduce some of the best practices for DevOps transformations using the cloud and embedded development. And then Cone Cranes will share its learnings from its transformation on a standardized DevOps tool set and ways of working in the IoT world. This is a great case study about DevOps in manufacturing organizations and embedded systems manufacturing, but I am sure that there are some takeaways for your organization as well. Okay, the next webinar is called You've Adopted Kubernetes, Now What? Key Insights for Effective Management and Observation. This one is also happening tomorrow, Tuesday, March 2nd at 1 p.m. Eastern on DevOps.com, and it's sponsored by Mirantis. We've all heard that Kubernetes adoption can be complex because there is a rigid and it's rigid, and there's a lack of security that is inherent in the technology. So what then can be done to stay ahead of the curve and leverage Kubernetes? This webinar will focus on how organizations and employees can take advantage of Kubernetes and future innovations. So we'll take a look at Kubernetes outlooks and trends, potential areas for innovation and skills gaps, and how to build the right strategy. All right, after that, our final webinar today is the Catalyst to Unlocking the Power of the Cloud. That's a great title. It's happening tomorrow, also March 2nd. This one is at 3 p.m. on DevOps.com. So many businesses are moving much of their applications and infrastructure to the cloud. But really, to take advantage of the cloud, you need to have a tool that not only provides the cost savings, but also maximizes the workload performance and efficiency. So in terms of DevOps, you want to be able to get the full advantage of the cloud, such as frequent updates and feedback loops. So this webinar takes a look at the Opsani technology and its role in helping organizations make the leap to the cloud and reap the benefits of doing so. Great stuff all the way around. These webinars are all available for you on DevOps.com. As I said, they're all happening tomorrow, Tuesday, March 2nd. So head on over to DevOps.com and take a look at those webinars. Hopefully we'll get you registered for them. We also have a lot of great webinars coming up on Security Boulevard, so check that site as well as Container Journal. Lots and lots of great stuff. But I'll be back tomorrow with a fresh new batch of webinars for you. And until then, have a great day and stay safe. All right, next up, we've got Mitch Ashley in his Analyst Corner segment. He talks with Ray Austin from HashiCorp. They talk about the HashiCorp Cloud Platform and the new integration with HCP Console and HCP Vault into the HashiCorp Cloud Platform, what it means for the developer environments. Developers love the HashiCorp technology, so this is going to be some good stuff. So let's give this conversation a listen.
This is Digital Anarchist.
I have the pleasure of being joined by Ray Austin, who's Director of Product Marketing with HashiCorp. Welcome, Ray.
Hi, nice meeting you.
Good to meet you. Great talking with you. Tell us a little bit about yourself. Just give us a brief intro. Tell us a little bit about HashiCorp, too, for those folks that may not know.
Sure. Yeah. I work at HashiCorp. I run product marketing for one of the product lines, Console, which we'll talk about. So it's one of four major offerings within the portfolio. We have, Terraform for provisioning. We have Vault for security. We have Console, which is networking, and then we have Nomad, which is more around the runtime orchestration. Been with the company for about a year and a half. Feels like maybe a little bit longer than that, but yeah, things move quickly. So it's been about a year and a half. And my background, I came from the traditional enterprise IT world, so enterprise storage. So I, did senior product management, product marketing roles for companies like Brocade and HP and NetApp and Oracle, and yeah, so I did that for a number of years. I saw the writing on the cloud maybe 4 or 5 years ago and said, well, this is going to majorly disrupt the traditional enterprise IT infrastructure space. Let me go into more on the cloud side. So I've been kind of sort of weaning my way out of the traditional space and more into the cloud native space. And that's kind of what I do here at HashiCorp.
Well, and definitely catering or directing more towards the development community. I know I've used Nomad, Vault, and not necessarily some of the recent things, but HashiCorp's had some great technology for a while. So a good company to join.
Yeah, we think so.
No arguments there, right? You just had an announcement. It's been maybe 2-3 weeks or so. So it's not hot off the presses, but it is still pretty new. And you had some announcements around the HashiCorp Cloud Platform and also something called Console. So tell us about those two things.
Yeah, so we made an announcement a couple of weeks ago. It was there were two offerings as part of the announcement. So we announced the general availability of the HashiCorp Cloud Platform for Console, which is what I manage, and then we also announced the public beta for the HashiCorp Cloud Platform for Vault, which is our security platform, and so both of these products, use HashiCorp Cloud Platform, and think of that as sort of the fully managed platform offering that allows you to automate infrastructure across any cloud, which is sort of the vision. But with these specific announcements, it's AWS as a start, and over time we will add additional cloud provider environments to the mix. So yeah, those are the two specific announcements. The main challenge that we hear that this addresses is something we've all talked about a lot around having enterprises focus on not the managing the core infrastructure, but rather focus on business process, focus on what is important, time to market, application delivery, and those kinds of things, without having to worry about the burden of trying to stand up a product on some core infrastructure, having to worry about how to manage it, how to operate it, and things like that. So yeah, those are the two specific announcements.
It's a great space to be in too. If I recall, Console's about distributed key storage, distribution, segmentation, configuration, things like that. Is that right? That's if I remember Console correctly.
Yeah, that's what it was used. It was used for that purpose several years ago. Console is actually one of our oldest product offerings. Been around, I think, since 2014. And since then, it's sort of evolved to be, and we think of Console as a platform to be able to discover, automate, and secure your services. And what I mean by that, we often look at it as kind of an adoption journey. So a lot of people think about service mesh, right? And it's got a lot of hype around it a little, and it's kind of a buzzword. Means different things to many different people. But what we found is, as customers start migrating their applications to the cloud, they may look to refactor those applications in a more modular way. So it's no longer a monolithic application. It's the API, your API service talking to your database service, talking to your front end service, and you need some way to stitch together those services, right, in a secure way. And so that's where service mesh fits. But as part of that adoption journey, one of the first things you want to do is once you've refactored those applications, you want to discover them. You want to do sort of an auto DNS, if you will, keep track of those services, register them, determine if they're healthy. And so that's one primary use case that people use Console for. The other thing that we're starting to see is people starting to automate their existing network infrastructure. So you have like load balancers from F5 or you have firewalls from Palo Alto Networks. In a dynamic world where IPs or applications are spun up very quickly, you need some way to automate all these entries. And today it's a very ticket-based approach to be able to, automate a load balancer entry or a load balancer pool. And we were able to automate that because Console is sort of a phone book or a record keeping entity, right? It keeps track of all the different services in your environment. And so that's kind of the other interesting use case. And of course, service mesh, which is something that you're starting to hear people are starting to talk about more. They use Console as a service mesh to usually accomplish three things. One is, they want to make it application developers much more, self-sufficient without having to rely on, the operations teams. They want to be able to do, things like progressive delivery of applications, like canary testing and things like that. And they don't have to worry about the underlying infrastructure. So that's one area where service mesh fits in. The other one is around zero trust security. It's a big topical buzzword these days. We're moving away from a traditional perimeter-based security environment to more of a zero trust environment. So one of the roles that Console plays is that we provide, MTLS. We provide a fully encrypted way to secure your services, and it's part of when we talk about security, zero trust security. We talk about there's machine to human and there's machine to machine. So Console falls into more of the machine to machine way of authenticating the connections.
Mm-hmm. Interesting. Yeah, it definitely has evolved since the days when I used Console myself. So, which is awesome. Now, talk about, so why a managed service? Obviously, you have to do less of the work, care and feeding, upgrading, but I'm sure there's other advantages to using a managed service for this particular kind of need.
Yeah, so I think, I'll start by kind of drilling down a little bit more detail on when I talked about the challenge. So we see that this challenge especially relates to, like, if you're a project team within a larger organization or company. So you have these shadow IT groups, maybe they're development teams that are very agile in the way that they spin up these applications and they want some way to get going very quickly. Or you're a small company. So for example, Contain.io is a beta user that very much enjoyed the experience of using HCP on Console. And they are a small SaaS provider, right? And they have maybe one or two IT folks. They want to spend all their time managing the application and delivering the application and less time managing the operational complexity. So there's a couple different dimensions of what a managed service offering does. The first one is it's push button deployment. And so things like, for Console, it's secure by default. So things like MTLS encryption and certificate management and all those kinds of things are handled automatically. The other part of push button deployment is it's pay as you grow. So if you're a practitioner or individual, you can get started very quickly, consume Console as a service for less than 3 cents per hour. In fact, right now we're offering a month free. So for developers and practitioners to get to play around with it, and then we also offer an annual subscription, which provides more SLA, a higher service level agreement for those production workloads. So that's the first one. The second thing about ACP is around its managed service. So backups, upgrades, monitoring, all handled by an SRE team at HashiCorp, and again, fully backed by an enterprise SLA. And the third benefit around ACP is what we call multi-cloud flexibility. And so what I mean by that is we provide a unified workflow. So we have this concept around HashiCorp Virtual Network, which is a way to group resources. And you have to do things like peering to take your existing applications on AWS, peer those to HCP so you can use it. And so we're able to do that in a very easy way, the single pane of glass. With the HashiCorp virtual network. So now we offer with HCP, we offer multiple ways to consume Console. You can either deploy it as a self-managed offering, it's a software, basically can run on-prem or in the cloud, or as a fully managed offering and cloud as a service, if you will. So
seems like too, maybe one other use case, or you might have talked about it as part of the one of the three, is also kind of securing the security tools, right? That's another challenge of, you want to make sure those are secure, because obviously what it has in it could be very damaging if that got out. So I would think that's built in. You've already taken care of most of that. Just a matter of hooking it up to your AWS account and giving it the appropriate tokens, keys to get access to your account.
Right. Yep.
Well, good. What's the reception been? I know I'm sure you've been doing like an alpha beta kind of thing as you brought it into GA. What's been the response, and where do you see the biggest, most appropriate applications? People in these situations tend to be who really gravitate to this kind of a solution.
Yeah. So we've had incredible momentum over the last 4 months. And we've had, just in the last 3-4 months, we've had over 2,000 signups to the platform. And these are people that are beta users originally for console, as an example, and then they switched over to use the GA product. So 2,000 signups between Vault and console, and we've had over 1,000 what we call cluster creates, which is, once you've signed up, now you want to start actually consuming it. You want to start enjoying the benefits of either ACP console or ACP Vault, and we've found that almost half of those people that signed up are starting to actually, to start using it, which is a pretty good metric.
Mm-hmm. Excellent. I'm curious. There's all kind of conversation about shift left with DevSecOps and security and software teams. Is this something a cybersecurity team is going to be attracted to, or is at least going to look at it and say, good, okay, I'm glad we're doing that. Okay, it looks like you've got that component of, securing with console, at least for that application.
Yeah, the interesting thing about console is that there's, as you know, there's multiple persona types that consume console. There's, of course, the traditional operator persona type that is going to want to use console as a way to automate their infrastructure. There is the developer persona, which is highly interested in using console to be able to do things like progressive delivery of their applications and do it in a way that doesn't involve waiting days or weeks from the operations teams. And ACP appeals very greatly to that persona type, because we found that, especially your individuals, if you're an individual or a practitioner, you're starting to hear the concept around service mesh, and you just want to get started very quickly. And this is one way to be able to do that. And then to your point around SecOps and SecDevOps, we are finding more and more interest from those types of teams as well, to be able to, as I mentioned, implement a more zero trust security initiative, be able to deploy that very quickly, right? So it's one thing to be able to say, hey, I want to do zero trust security, but to be able to do that, instead of months, to be able to actually deploy the infrastructure required to do zero trust, to be able to do that in a order of magnitude less, would be a huge interest to DevSecOps teams. Yeah.
It's interesting because I've just, as of late, it seems I've had several conversations around this topic. And one thing that always comes up is the complexity and diversity of offerings across different clouds. And I know you said you're in AWS and you'll move to, so I assume, Azure and others over time. But that can also be an advantage, versus using native services of that individual cloud provider.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. I mean, what we're seeing is, a lot of companies, they start to do the shift from on-prem to cloud. They start on AWS as an example, and they are finding the need to move over to maybe a different cloud provider for a certain, whether or not it's compliance, GDPR, or some data locality, or some application that they want to spin up in GCP. As opposed to AWS or Azure, there's definitely a trend that we're seeing around the use of multi-clouds. And for console is, think of console as sort of the stitching. I like to tell people, you have applications regardless of whether or not it's on-prem, in a virtual machine, bare metal, in the cloud. in GCP, Azure, or what have you, you want to be able to stitch those applications together in a very consistent manner. Console is the ideal platform to be able to be able to do that. There are other approaches in the market that maybe take more of a cloud native approach, where they assume that everyone's going to spin up everything in a containerized environment, and that's great for certain applications, but for larger companies with existing applications or applications that sit outside of just Kubernetes, right? We're able to offer more of a broader way, what we call a multi-platform way to stitch those applications together.
Interesting. What about from a developer perspective? How would they interact and use console in a cloud environment?
Yeah, well, so first of all, they can use console. There's actually 4 easy steps to use console in HCP. It's basically create the account, easy. Step number 1. Step number 2 is deploy your HashiCorp virtual network. Step number 3 is peer your applications to peer HCP to your applications via the Amazon VPCs. And then the 4th one is basically connecting your applications. And so it's a very easy consistent way of getting console up and running. One of the things about developers is they may not care about the underlying stitching or the plumbing. They care about the health of those applications and those services. So one of the things that we do with console is we provide visualization, observability to be able to help developers and other persona types understand how many applications are out there, how many services are out there, what are the dependencies between one service to another service, so they can understand kind of the optimal path. So we have one of our customers that we have. In fact, there's a case study on HashiCorp.com. Pandora. So as you know, Pandora is a major streaming service, 60 million users. They are using console as a way to offer least privileged access for developers. And one of the primary use cases for console for the development team is to be able to really build some insights around core dependencies from one service to another service. And so that's the primary use case. That's how the development team would interface with console.
Very much fits in a microservice service mesh kind of world.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Now, you mentioned Vault earlier. Is that still in a beta program yet? That's not GA. Is that correct?
Yeah, that is in public beta. In fact, Vault's been around for a number of years as well. And as you know, with security being very top of mind for a lot of decision makers and even practitioners, the adoption on and interest around using HCP for Vault is pretty high as well. So we've seen a significant traction in terms of signups and people wanting to consume Vault.
It's interesting, tools that have been around for a while like that, moving into both the cloud and also managed service. I know a lot of people that have integrated Vault into their tool chain for credential storage. Keys and tokens, et cetera, and open source software. I'm trying to remember the last project I was working on. Someone mentioned that they were using Vault for credential storage. So moving that into a managed service presents an interesting opportunity now, because now it's also the application, but it can be part of your tool chain, your development environment that's also being managed in a maybe more secure fashion.
In a secure fashion, yeah. And actually, I didn't even mention Terraform Cloud, which actually Terraform has been offered as a managed service for actually about a year, a little over a year now. So it was actually our first product offering that was offered as a managed service. So we introduced Terraform Cloud about a year and a half ago, and then followed by Terraform Cloud for Business for enterprises. And we've seen a lot of uptick on using Terraform Cloud. So we've had, I believe, over 5,000. I think it's about 5,000 signups per month, and over 2 million resources that are managed via Terraform Cloud. So yeah, it's certainly getting up there in terms of the amount of people that are wanting to just spin it up as a service and get up and running quickly. So we want to do the same thing for Vault and for Console, and then over time for other products in our portfolio.
Good. Yeah, I think Terraform and infrastructure as code are somewhat synonymous these days. I mean, there are other things too, but a lot of Terraform happening. It's very cool. Well, anything else about the announcement we should know, or we covered the basis pretty well?
Yeah, I think we covered the basis pretty well. I think for ACP console, as I mentioned, we have a self-service way to get to consume console today. It's, like I said, it's priced at a little bit more than 2.5 cents per hour, but you can get started free for a month. And then over time, we would expect other types of self-service offerings to be available as well. And same thing for ACP Vault. So try it out. Yeah, it's cloud.hashicorp.com, and we have all the getting started materials that are available there for people if they want to get started and try to get, consume console or Vault as a service.
Great. Ray Austin, Director of Product Marketing at HashiCorp. It's been a pleasure talking with you. Hope you'll come back again.
Great. Will do. Thank you.
You bet.
The security landscape is evolving rapidly in the face of disruption. Growing cyber threats, a global pandemic, and other factors have irrevocably changed the way organizations view and adopt security technologies. Cybersecurity 2021, the new normal, will bring together thought leaders, security experts, and IT professionals in the new security landscape and what's ahead in the years to come. On topics ranging from ransomware to DevSecOps, from speakers including Chen Zi Wang of Rain Capital, Richard Steenan of IT Harvest, and Ira Winkler of Secure Mentum. Visit MediaOps.com/cybersecurity2021 to register.
All right, in today's View with Vizard segment, Mike Vizard has a conversation with new CEO of Laceworks, David Hatfield. He explains why in this majorly crowded security field, Laceworks is a company that is here to stay. Interesting conversation. Let's give it a look.
This is Digital Anarchist.
Hey guys, thanks for the throw. We're here with David Hatfield, who's the newly appointed CEO of Laceworks. David, welcome.
Hello, Mike. Thank you. Great to be here. Hello, everyone. Hope you're having a great day today.
So what attracted you to the job, the position? I'm sure there were lots of things you could be doing today. Kind of what gets you out of bed in the morning to come to this job?
Yeah, well, it's a massive market. I mean, security, is one of the biggest markets in all of tech. It's massively fragmented. And with all the changes that are happening, moving to the cloud, a fundamentally different approach needed to happen. I think there's an opportunity to build a next generation enduring security company based on those changes. So that opportunity, the tech, the team, and the momentum that the business has already had just made it a no-brainer.
I feel like things are getting a lot more complex. We used to just have issues trying to do physical machines and virtual machines on premise, and then we got it up in the cloud, but it was kind of the same kind of thing. And now we're moving into containers and serverless computing frameworks, and there's all kinds of new things in the IT zoo that need to be secured. Do we need a different approach for each of those things, or can we unify all that?
Well, I think there's an opportunity to unify all of that. I mean, at the core of it, the founders at Lacework recognize that this is as much of a data processing issue and challenge as it is a security challenge. When you move things to the infrastructure of the cloud, it's very dynamic. It's very ephemeral. People can spin up thousands of servers and spin them down. And so the legacy approach from a security perspective to try and lock that down with rules and manual processes and hordes of security teams just doesn't work. You can't keep up with it. And so the first wave, I think, of innovators that have come in to try and solve this have been trying to solve it at a point level. They're trying to attack one thing, Kubernetes, one thing, containers, one thing, microservices, et cetera. And so there's a bunch of companies that do approach it from a point product perspective. But we don't think customers want that. We actually think customers want to have one platform that's simple to use. It should be as easy as turning on your iPhone and activating applications. I mean, truly bringing a consumer level of simplicity to a massively complex issue where there are trillions of interactions that are happening that need to be measured. And so Lacework did the hard work and the heavy lifting of actually taking a look at those trillions of interactions and developing a platform that could provide context across all of those. So we can get to much higher efficacy rates for our customers, 98% improvements. So they can figure out where the vulnerabilities lie and then go attack them much more specifically. And as things change, our platform gets smarter and smarter, leveraging machine learning and AI. And so solving the massive data processing problem across this very dynamic multi-cloud environment was really the hard bit. And so we did that 5 years ago, 6 years ago, developing with world-class engineers, and then started to apply that platform to specific problems to start, with the belief that we can extend our platform and capabilities to provide a breadth of services across the security platform and go deeper as well. So we think it needs to be a platform approach. We think it can be unified. We think it needs to be very simple to operate. And ultimately, customers don't want to have to write rules and do it manually and have hordes of point products to try and coordinate and stitch together on their own. They want us to do that. And I think that's the beauty of Silicon Valley, is that if we can solve the really hard computer science problem underneath it, and then to deliver an application that provides insights and outcomes for customers that make it easy to do their jobs, we actually can get to a place where customers are delivering faster code, which is better experiences and time to market for their businesses versus slowing it down. And security's kind of been one of those blocks in the development process over the last several years, because you want to keep it secure, but you want to be able to handle the rate and pace of innovation. And the platform that we built, and why I'm so excited about joining, is that it's done a lot of that heavy lifting, and now it's just about adding functionality and features to continue to chew away at all these different point products providers that are there.
And some of that extensibility is going to be organic, and some of it is inorganic in acquisitions. Is that kind of how it's going to play out? Will you evaluate each use case differently, or how will you kind of decide when to go left or when to go right?
Well, I think when you're a legacy provider and you've got all of this baggage that you've got to be able to pull through, really one of the only approaches that you can have is through acquisition. And going and cobbling together a bunch of different point products and pull it together with different teams, different egos, different code bases is a very, very complex task. And so what I was attracted to with Lacework is, while the big providers are out doing that strategy and trying to make it work for customers, we built something that was cloud native to start, all SaaS as a delivery model. Don't have the baggage, of hardware and to manage and to try and figure out that we can leverage the cloud like everybody else is and rapidly deploy services and solutions and capabilities within our own SaaS platform. So we have the benefit of being able to deliver speed and efficacy where in our own platform. And so with the vast majority of our development strategy is to build from within and leverage the platform that we did and that we built so far. Not to say that in the future that we wouldn't consider technology tucks with great teams that can add and extend our capabilities. But candidly, right now, we think one of our strategic advantages is that we've got the platform already built, and now it's about extending it through our own teams. And so part of the reason why we did the capital raise that we did in January was to give us the resources to continue to expand our R&D efforts, to expand the functionality in the future natively. And we can do that easier and faster than other folks.
What's your sense of this whole shift towards DevSecOps that's happening? Is security moving left, or is it kind of more of a everybody's moving in the middle kind of play? What would be the role of the security team and the dev team? Can we have this kind of kumbaya moment? What's going on?
We think so. Our tagline is to be the cloud security platform for builders, and we do that very intentionally. Everything that we build is in the context of helping developers do their jobs easier and faster. If you can run fast and develop fast and be secure, well, that's the best of both worlds. So we think that it can and needs to shift left. I came from a business that is, dealing with customers, and analytics teams. They're trying to get access to more data as fast as they possibly can, and moving barriers for them and block for them. It frees them up to go cure cancer, to deliver better supply chain experiences, to offer new services to their customers. And security, from a legacy perspective, has just slowed things down. And so one of the most exciting parts of me coming on board was talking to a dozen customers of Lacework, and of course they love the platform. They love the value they're getting immediately. They love how simple it is to use. They love the efficacy of it. But they really love that how it's changing their jobs. And allowing them to be partners with the development teams, and embedding not only technology in the platform, but the team into the development teams, to be able to be a partner for them. It's not black and white anymore. We have to operate in a world where there are shades of gray, and to the extent that our platform can go out and identify those anomalies earlier in the process in the dev cycle. Nobody wants to deliver code and new experiences that are risky for their brands. So providing them awareness and visibility, and targeted vulnerabilities that they can go remediate quickly before it goes into production is really the ideal. So we want to span and deliver a platform that spans dev all the way through to production. It goes back and forth across that continuous spectrum. That enables it to make it easier for the security experts to do their jobs and the engineers to do their jobs. So net, that's got to shift left, and we think we've provided an enabling platform to help do that.
I feel like sometimes we're asking a lot of these folks to accomplish, right? On the one hand, we want the application environment to be more secure. We want to build more applications, and then we want to spend less money on security. So, do we have like this kind of a push-pull conflict inherent in the mission, or can we accomplish both?
I think we can absolutely, and are accomplishing both today. This is where, when you have truly disruptive technology, you're solving a problem amidst, where the trends are going. All right. People are moving to the cloud. Data is growing. Applications and sort of digitization of our businesses is accelerating, especially with the pandemic around us. And so those trains aren't slowing down. And so what we need to do as technologists is to make that process really easy, and do so in a way that is smarter, faster, and less expensive than the legacy providers and how they can do it. And the value proposition for us is super simple, right? We're leveraging automation where it used to be manual. We're getting insights as data grows, making us smarter so we can be really targeted on the vulnerabilities that exist in customers' environments. And we're replacing, on average, 4 or 5 point products with every implementation that we have. And so you get a better ROI than spending, and managing the complexity across 4 or 5 point applications. So a lot of what our customers said is continue to give us more. Like, we want to extend this platform. We've already replaced 4 or 5 different point products. Give us a roadmap where we can continue to do that and chip away at the others. And when you have this level of dislocation, a new entrant has the opportunity to build a very big, important, enduring company. And people think you're crazy. You're going to go up against companies that are worth tens of billions of dollars and, already have distribution in place and have all this money on the balance sheet. How on earth can you beat them? Well, you beat them with the superior innovation and a much better customer experience at a lower cost. And that's the trifecta, if you will, that Lacework has pulled together. And it's showing up in our numbers. We grew 300% year over year in a pandemic where we hired the majority of our company, and haven't met each other. And yet we're delivering north of 3x growth, gaining market share from the established players and all the other point product players. So I think it's good evidence that we're on the right track. Obviously a long way to go, but I'm very excited about our prospects.
All right. And you're just getting started, but you also brought on a new chief architect, and your CTO is going to work on some unspecified projects. How does this all come together in your mind as you look into the coming year? What can you tell us about your priorities?
Well, next to delivering sort of world-class customer delight, everything that our company does is about delivering outcomes that weren't possible for our customers and their organizations. We want to make the security teams heroes in their organizations versus, the folks that have had to say no an awful lot. So that's number one. Number two is driving innovation. And so we have delivered and I think have a very differentiated product in the marketplace with our core polygraph engines, machine learning engines that provide context across these trillions of transactions. We're just starting, and so we have continued growth and innovation in our core business and hiring engineers rapidly to be able to help us go do that. We're also investing in adjacent markets, that can take advantage of our distribution and our brand and our customer promise and their delight while attacking other areas. And when you're building, out an engineering team to focus on the scale that we're getting with hundreds of customers coming in and billions and trillions of interactions, you need to keep one team really focused on evolving that organization and then make bigger bets. And so what VK is going to do is lead our spin-in, which is a wholly owned Lacework entity, but has the benefit of all the learnings that we have, and we'll be able to plug into all the distribution infrastructure that we're building out as a company, but is a startup within the company, and they can go independently look at a different adjacent area and solve problems just as a startup would. You attract founding engineers, you go attack really thorny problems. You have the freedom to be able to go do that. And then, as the development cycle comes through, you leverage that code and those experiences with the customers that we've already got. And then once it's ready for general availability, you fold that into the mothership, if you will. And so BK's got a bigger idea than the initial idea that he had for Lacework. He's been working on it for quite some time. And he's hiring a team of founding engineers. This is a model that Cisco did very successfully. And candidly, I came from Pure Storage over the last 8 years. Fabulous company, fabulous technology. Early on in their development, we invested in the second product line and then did the same playbook, if you will. And today, that product line's generating north of 30-40% of their revenues and is hundreds of millions of dollars. And so we know. And so it's also a great way for VK to go get energized and go build something new from scratch. As he moves over there, we want to up level the architecture team as well. And so we're thrilled to have Ulfer join us. He's got dozens of patents, in some of the most complex security and data processing challenges in the world. He comes to us from Apple. Before that, he was 10 years at Google and 6 years at Microsoft. He's worked in some of the biggest companies, on delivering security strategies and architectures for them. I think about 20 years ago, he built a company 15 years ago that Google acquired, and it became the foundation for Google's Chrome security. And so he's focused on delivering a much more secure paradigm and set of capabilities in this cloud generation, and saw the opportunity to build a really enduring company. So he's a terrific guy. He's very, very smart. And so he'll take the role of a lot of the architectural insights and direction that VK has done while he's off and building this next product line. So the combination of two, it's just additive to be able to have both of them in the organization.
I think one of the things that some people find frustrating about security is there are hundreds of companies in the space and there's only so much money to go around. So, are you guys in it for the long haul, or do you think that, there's going to be this wave of mergers and acquisitions, and who's going to be in your mind, or how do I know who's going to be like doing the acquiring versus being the acquiree, and how do I kind of think through that process?
Well, you saw our funding round. It's the largest privately funded round, I think, in security in history. We didn't do that to get acquired. We did that to scale and build our organization for the long term. If you look at Sutter Hill, I've known Mike Spicer for the last 20 years. We worked together at Veritas. He was the founding CEO and brought the engineering team together at Pure. Did the same thing at Snowflake, and now we're doing the same thing at Lacework. And there's a playbook that looks at massive market opportunities, that when there's a dislocation that happens, like moving to the cloud, versus on-prem data centers, legacy providers, have lots of assets, no question about it. They've got customers, they've got distribution, they've got breadth of their product lines, et cetera. But when everything fundamentally needs to change, a new entrant can emerge and do that profoundly better than what the legacy providers have done. And if you can do that and you could take advantage of the market trends and customer demands that are there, you can build a long-term enduring company. And so our mission is to be the security company for the next 20 years that takes advantage of this massive data growth and shift to the cloud. That the legacy providers and the architectures and the approaches and the talent simply have a challenge getting at. And so we can be bright line focused with a green slate to go attack these problems and do it in a new and innovative way that hits that trifecta that we talked about earlier. And so we're here for the long term. I think a lot of companies are being built as point product solutions with the hope of spinning them into some of the larger organizations. You've seen Palo Alto buy a number of companies as an example across different points products that we solve in our platform. And their challenge is to be able to pull that together and make it competitive with what a pure play, organization like ours, hyper focused on delivering a different experience in a different world with a different architecture. It's our goal to go become that next generation security company in the future. So, like I said, we went and raised the money, are building out the teams to expand on the platform that we've got natively and organically. And as we continue to grow and gain momentum and get expertise, you always look at buy, build, partner strategies to determine what the fastest way is to extend your own platform. What we found, at Pure Storage was that it was really difficult to actually find companies to acquire because they were written either as point products or they were written, as incremental approaches to what the legacy providers had done. We fundamentally reimagined storage in data platforms, with leveraging NAND, but delivering a software platform on top of that. We're doing the same thing in security. And so candidly, it's kind of hard to find engineers and architects that are out there that are building toward a platform approach. And if they're building point products, it's hard to make that happen. So not saying we won't, consider that in the future, but we'll definitely be one of the acquirers versus the acquired. We're here to build a long-term enduring company.
Hey, great. Hey, David, thanks for being on the show.
All right. Great to be here and look forward to talking to you in the future.
All right, guys, back to you in the studio.
DevOps.com is the #1 online destination for DevOps education and community building. DevOps.com covers all aspects of DevOps, including DevOps best practices and tools, DevOps culture, DevSecOps, business impact, continuous testing, continuous delivery, and more. DevOps.com has the largest collection of original DevOps content, featuring breaking news, blog posts, podcasts, and more. Visit www.devops.com to learn more. DevOps.com, where the world meets DevOps.
All right, that's it for today's TechStrong TV broadcast. We have had some great conversations today. I hope that you enjoyed them as much as we did. We'll be back tomorrow with a brand new episode for you. Until then, I hope everybody has a great day. And whatever you do, stay safe.